Hey everyone, welcome back to Kids and Manhwa. Today we are recapping a story. Let's get started. Three thugs. As they beat him, they yell, Liu Zhao. Serena Chen is the girl young master Mako has his eyes on. How dare a poor bastard like you even think about her? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. After a while, Mako Lam grew bored and raised his hand, signaling for his lackeys to stop. He swaggered forward, hands stuffed in his pockets. Liu Zhao, for the sake of us being classmates, we'll let it go this time. This was Mako Lam, a student at Yuzhou City's Central Commerce Academy, a second generation, rich kid and the academy's tyrannical young master. As he spoke, he contemptuously planted his foot on Liu Zhao's chest. He threatened, if I find out you're still fantasizing about Serena, I'll have my boys break both your legs. With that, he and his cronies left. Only when the four thugs were out of sight did Liu Zhao push himself up, dusting off his clothes and forcing himself to calm down, muttering, Calm down. Stay calm. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. If I'm late for work again, this semester's tuition is done for. Liu Zhao was also a student at the academy, but he was an orphan who relied on part-time jobs to pay for his education. He was heading to work today, but those who dragged him behind the school for a beating just because he gazed at the school's most beautiful girl with admiration a few too many times. Just then, he felt like he had stepped on something. With a slip, he fell backward, in pain and frustration. Liu Zhao wanted to scream. What the hell? What kind of cursed day is this? Such bad luck. Oh, my head. But, in that very moment, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his ear. Subject Zero. Host has been activated. Awaiting physical scan. The words made Liu Zhao freeze. Who? Who's talking? Subject Zero. You may call me the God System. I can speak to you through the ring on your finger. Following the voice, Liu Zhao looked down and saw a glowing ring on the ground. The ring continued to speak. You are the one chosen by the God System. From this moment on, Subject Zero is your designation. In 16 hours, a biochemical virus will erupt on Earth. Your mission is to hunt zombies and save humanity. Hearing this, Liu Zhao's entire body went rigid. But he quickly regained his composure, bent down, picked up the ring, and said in a low voice, Oh, I get it. You guys are from some marketing company, right? Saying I'm the chosen one. And all I have to do is buy this ring to save the world. Do I look like an idiot to you? With that, he tossed the ring away without hesitation. The voice from the ring now seemed more urgent. Wait, just put on this ring, and I can prove that what I say is true. Hearing that, although he was still skeptical, Liu Zhao bent down again, picked up the ring, and slipped it onto his finger. All right, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. But as soon as the ring was on, his entire body was enveloped by a mysterious power, and a scan began. Liu Zhao was shocked. Wait a minute, what is this? A moment later, the voice from the ring spoke again. Scan complete. Strange rays of light shot out from Liu Zhao's eyes. In a flash, he saw the world around him filled with zombies. They wandered everywhere. The survivors were caught one by one, torn apart, and eaten alive. And after being bitten, those people almost instantly turned into one of them, then continued to hunt other survivors. It took a long while for Liu Zhao to escape that dark vision. He was drenched in sweat, staring at the ring and murmuring. What was that just now? What you just saw was information about the apocalypse. I have transferred it into your memory. Hearing that, Liu Zhao was completely stunned. His mind felt like it was about to explode. The apocalypse? Damn it. What the hell are you? What's all this about zombies and the apocalypse? Are you kidding me? I'm not that easy to fool. Saying this, Liu Zhao tried to pull the ring off his hand, but before he could, a bone-deep pain shot through his hand, forcing him to grit his teeth. The ring's voice sounded again. Warning, warning. What's war? The host cannot remove the ring. Doing so will result in danger. A moment later, Liu Zhao sat still, staring at the ring. Do you believe me now? Once the ring is on, you and it are one entity. You'd better not do something stupid like self-destructing again. Hearing this, Liu Zhao could only nod helplessly. All right, you win, but I can't even kill a chicken, let alone zombies. Foolish. Since you were chosen by the system, of course you won't be left to fight alone. Just gently rub the ring, and a personal storage space will appear for you to use. Hearing that, Liu Xiao, half believing, gently turned the ring. Sure enough, just as the system said, an invisible cube that only he could see appeared before him. The space contained all sorts of items and resources. You can obtain weapons to kill zombies. By hunting zombies, you can accumulate experience points. Use those points to exchange for things you want. Hearing these words, Liu Xiao was dumbfounded. Just then, the ring's voice spoke again. Furthermore, inside is a vial of the evolution virus. It can enhance your physical body and abilities. But remember, this evolution virus is only effective when injected into a body already infected with the zombie virus. If a normal human injects it, they will turn into a zombie immediately. Looking at the vial, Liu Xiao asked softly, "You mean, if I want to use this evolution virus, I have to get bitten by a zombie first? But what if I get bitten to death?" "Correct. If a zombie kills you, the evolution virus will have no effect." "All right. All the information has been transferred. This system is going to sleep now." Liu Xiao was stunned. Hey, don't sleep. I'm not done asking questions." But no matter how he called, the self-proclaimed system didn't answer. So, Liu Xiao skipped work. He turned and headed back to his dorm. Only 16 hours left. Not much time. I have to prepare quickly. Upon seeing Liu Xiao return with a large backpack, my roommate asked in surprise, "Liu, why weren't you in class today? I covered for you. Is everything okay?" "I'm fine. Nothing's wrong." With that, he went inside, placed the backpack on his desk, and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. The apocalypse is happening tomorrow. The school dorms are the safest place to be. If you want to survive this, it's best to stay put in here. Wait for the initial virus outbreak to pass, then figure out a way to survive." As he spoke, Liu Xiao took out all sorts of food and water he had just bought from his backpack. Hearing him, besides the friend who had just spoken, the other students in the room turned to look at him. Even the one who greeted him earlier now looked at Liu Xiao with a doubtful expression. And then, "You idiot. Have you lost your mind? Played too many games and fried your brain? What's this crap about an apocalypse and zombies? You actually came up with that? You're insane." The other two rudely walked up to Liu Xiao, shoved him aside, and sneered, "Get out of the way. I told you we shouldn't have to live with poor trash like this. They even pollute the air. Whatever. Let's ignore him. We're going out to party. We won't be back tonight." As soon as they finished, the two of them walked out, slamming the door behind them. Only the student who had greeted him earlier remained. He lowered his voice. "Leo, are you running a fever? Why are you saying such crazy things?" Liu Xiao looked at his classmate sincerely and replied, "Ben Wu, if you consider me a friend, then believe what I'm saying." Seeing his serious tone, although Ben Wu didn't truly believe him, he still nodded slightly. "All right, I'll listen to you this once." The two then dragged all the chairs in the room to barricade the door. They held a mop and a toilet brush for self-defense. Liu Xiao remained serious, while Ben Wu had already dozed off, snoring loudly. When the morning light shone in, Ben Wu woke up. He looked around and couldn't help but ask quietly, "Leo, it's morning. Are we still waiting?" Liu Xiao replied grimly, "Don't let your guard down. The time is almost here." "I can't. I'm too sleepy. I'm going to get some sleep." Just as he said this, frantic knocking echoed from outside the door. Hearing the commotion, Ben Wu wanted to run over. "Is that Jun and Liu Yang? I'm telling you. Leo, have you been tricked by some prankster? It's morning, and they're back from their night out. Where are the zombies?" Saying this, Ben Wu prepared to move the chairs to open the door. Liu Xiao, also half doubting, looked at the ring on his hand, thinking, "Damn it, was I tricked?" But right at that moment, a blood-curdled scream erupted from outside. "Ah, are you crazy? Help!" Hearing that sound, Liu Xiao's expression immediately turned grim. "It's here." Right after, the cries for help from outside grew more and more frequent. This made Ben Wu's face turn pale with fear. Goosens covered his body involuntarily. "What's going on?" Screams for help also came from outside the window. The two of them turned their heads simultaneously. They immediately ran to look down, and what they saw scared the soul out of them. The schoolyard was in complete chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. The growls of zombies rose one after another. A few students who couldn't run fast enough were caught by zombies, followed by an incredibly gruesome, bloody scene. Witnessing this, Ben Wu collapsed to the floor in fear, his face white with terror. Leo, what you said was real. They've all turned into zombies. What do we do? Are we all going to die? Seeing his friend panicking to the point of a mental breakdown, Liu Xiao grabbed him firmly. Ben Wu, calm down. This is the initial outbreak. We just need to hide here. When the time is right, we'll escape. Ben Wu now looked at Liu Xiao. With our current abilities, even protecting ourselves is a huge problem, let alone knowing the situation outside. Rushing out now is no different from suicide. Luckily, these zombies haven't evolved yet. Their movements are still slow, and it was self-study period this morning, so most people are in their classrooms. As long as we find a safe place to hide well and avoid being spotted by zombies, we can survive this. Hearing Liu Xiao, Ben Wu suddenly remembered something and cried out. Oh no! Serena Chen had a photo shoot at the square this morning. Everyone must have gone there. Hearing this, Liu Xiao felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What? Didn't Serena go abroad for a promotional event? I heard it was postponed due to weather and moved here. You care about her so much. How could you not know? After hearing Ben Wu, he turned, grabbed the mop, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Ben Wu fearfully grabbed him. Leo. Knowing what he was about to say, Liu Xiao paused and said in a low voice, I remember there's a fire axe on this floor. If I can get that, killing zombies will be a bit easier. After I leave, lock the door tight. No matter what happens, don't go outside. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely come back for you. Ben Wu stood there, stunned by his words. After speaking, Liu Xiao didn't hesitate and continued to walk. But before he could touch the door, he heard Ben's voice. I'm going with you. Aren't we brothers? You saved my life just now. Now, it's my turn to help you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Hearing those words, Liu Xiao turned back, a slight smile on his lips. All right, then let's go together. They stepped out of the room. Soon, they encountered their first zombie. Liu Xiao warned him sternly. You must not hesitate when you see a zombie. Once you're close, you have to smash its head in one blow. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Xiao shot forward, delivering a powerful kick straight to the zombie's head. The zombie didn't even have time to react before the kick sent it sprawling to the ground. Liu Xiao shouted, Run! The two of them bolted. When they reached a room, Liu Xiao used his elbow to shatter the glass panel on the door. He then jumped inside and found the fire axe. Great. We have a weapon. Let's go. The two, full of fighting spirit, headed out, intending to cross the school grounds to where Serena Chen was at her outdoor event. But they hadn't gone far before they both froze, their expressions immediately turning grave. Before them was a sea of zombies. At least 200 of them. Liu Xiao's scalp tingled. Damn it. Why are there so many? Ben Wu covered his face, unable to look, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. These people had been bitten and torn to the point of being completely unrecognizable. Look, Leo. It seems like the people up there are still alive. Following Ben Wu's direction. Sure enough, a group of students was struggling to stay on a high ledge to avoid the zombies, continuously crying for help. A girl with orange hair in the middle of the crowd shouted, Stop pushing. If this continues, we'll all fall. As soon as he saw the girl, Ben Wu couldn't help but say, Look, it's the class president, Iris Yi. Is she still alive? Seeing the increasingly critical situation over there, Liu Xiao's mind raced. What to do? How can I save them? That's it. The car. I have a plan. Ben, I'll drive the car to lure these zombies away. You quickly lead them to safety. No way. Leo, you're all alone. That's a suicide mission. I'm going with you. Hearing this, Liu Xiao smiled. Good brother. I wasn't wrong about you. But listen to me. If I don't make it back, and you see Serena Chen, protect her for me. With that said, Liu Xiao decisively ran towards the car. As soon as he got in, he hot-wired it and slammed on the gas. After starting the car, Liu Xiao drove straight towards the horde of zombies without any hesitation. Hearing the car engine, The zombies immediately switched their target from the group of students to the vehicle. Liu Xiao was now risking it all. Even with a sea of zombies ahead, he charged forward without hesitation. Wave after wave of zombies was sent flying by the car. Meanwhile, Ben would reach the students. He yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Get down here. Quick!" Only then did the students snap out of it, scrambling to jump down. "Run. Hurry up!" The orange-haired girl, the class president, ran to Benwu. "Thank you, Ben. You saved us." Benwu shook his head. "It wasn't me. It was Leo. He's the one who lured the zombies away." "Huh? The driver is Liu Xiao? But with so many zombies chasing him, there's no way he can escape. No, I have to go help him." Seeing her about to leave, Benwu immediately held her back. "President Iris, what time is it for you to be running around? Lead everyone to the library. I'll go find Leo. We'll meet at the library later." After a moment of thought, the red-haired girl nodded. "All right. You be careful." On the other side, after luring the zombies to a secluded spot, Liu Xiao abandoned the car and escaped on foot. The mindless zombies were still tearing at the car. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao had hidden in the nearby woods, his eyes fixed on their every move. He waited and waited, but the zombies didn't leave, so Liu Xiao didn't dare make a sound. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the bushes behind him. Hearing the movement, Liu Xiao instantly grabbed the hand and reflexively raised his axe to strike. "Whoa. Whoa. Whoa. Liu, it's me." Realizing it was Benwu, Liu Xiao awkwardly stopped his hand. He had almost sent his friend to meet his ancestors with one swing of the axe. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. You should be the one saying that. Right. Did the others get away?" "Yeah." The president took them to hide in the library. Leo, you're amazing. You're a hero to all of us. If it weren't for you today, everyone would have died here." Liu Xiao sighed. "What hero? I couldn't just stand by and watch them die. By the way, did you see Serena Chen? There were too many people, and we were in a hurry. I didn't get a chance to see who was there. But you don't need to worry too much. She has her manager and assistant with her. She's not alone, so she should be fine." Hearing this, Liu Xiao felt a little more at ease. He spoke again. "The library is huge. It's the safest place right now. Any survivor would hide there. Let's go." To the library. True to his word, Liu Xiao led Benwu through a winding route, finally arriving at the library entrance. However, the place was crawling with zombies, so they had to be extremely careful not to make any noise along the way. But then, Benwu missed a step and instinctively let out a cry. "Ah!" The sound immediately attracted the nearby zombies. And just like that, a horde of zombies charged straight towards the two of them. Seeing this, Liu Xiao shouted, "Run!" When they reached the library door, they found it locked tight. Liu Xiao yelled, "Open the door. Let us in." But the reply from inside made them both freeze. "Get lost. Go away. Are you trying to lead the zombies in here?" Benwu couldn't help but shout, "It's me. Benwu. Leo is here too. Open the door. The zombies are right behind us." As soon as she heard it was them, the beautiful class president ran over. "It's Leo and Ben. Let them in. Quick." But before she could open the door, a young man stopped her. "What are you doing? Opening the door now is the same as getting us all killed." Blocked. The orange-haired girl glared and yelled, "Howard Keon, they just saved us. And now you want to watch them die? Are you even human?" Outside, Ben was still pounding on the door. President, open up." Hearing this, the orange-haired girl directly shoved Howard Keon aside. "Get out of the way." SMACK. Howard Keon, without any hesitation, slapped her straight across the face. Two female students standing nearby couldn't help but speak up. "Howard, you've gone too far. Why did you hit the class president?" Howard Keon just pointed outside and roared, "Don't you idiots get it? There are so many zombies out there. If we open the door and let them in, we'll all die." Hearing this, the two female students fell silent. As for the others, they were no better. Each one was only concerned with their own safety and said nothing, silently agreeing with him. Seeing this, The orange-haired girl couldn't help but curse. Damn you. Howard, you're a despicable bastard. Howard Keon, without being polite, stepped forward and pushed her to the ground. Damn you. Bitch. It's time someone took your position as class president. If you want to die, go right alone. Don't drag everyone down with you. Seeing this from outside, Ben Wu was so angry he was about to burst a blood vessel. That bastard Kion. You dare hit the president. You just wait. When I get in there, I'll roast you alive. Liu Xiao, while fending off zombies, urged, stop talking. Let's get out of here. Turning his head, he saw an endless swarm of zombies. Ben Wu asked in a panic, what do we do now? Where can we go? Shoving a few zombies back, Liu Xiao yelled, quick, follow me. Finally, the two managed to shake off the pursuing horde. Ben Wu, feeling guilty, said in a low voice, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all because I was useless. If I hadn't been discovered by those zombies, I wouldn't have dragged you into this. Seeing him like this, Liu Xiao calmly clapped him on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself. Even if the zombies were chasing us, that Howard Keon guy wouldn't have opened the door. This is human nature. He remembers how everyone treated him before. Now that the school is in chaos, his selfish and dark thoughts are all coming out. Hearing this, a wave of emotion washed over Ben Wu as he looked at his companion. Liu Xiao smiled. It's okay, because I've been a target of bullying. I understand his mentality very well. But he dared to hit the class president. I will definitely return that slap to his face. I know, but we can't even get through the door right now. What should we do? If we can't get in the front door, we'll break in the back. As soon as the words were spoken, Liu Xiao pulled Ben Wu along, sneaking around to the back of the library, where they pried open a window and climbed in, gently pushing the door open. A smile formed on Liu Xiao's lips. Then he walked straight ahead. Let's go. Time to deal with that bastard. Inside the library, the students were gathered in scattered groups, their faces gloomy and dejected as they talked. A female student approached the orange-haired girl and asked softly, President, does it still hurt? I'm fine. The female student, somewhat resentful, glanced at Howard Keon and cursed. That guy is really not a good person. Leo and Ben just saved him, yet he refused to open the door for them. The orange-haired girl sadly shook her head. It's the attitude of the other students that makes me feel terrible. If someone had been willing to speak up just now, Howard definitely wouldn't have been so arrogant. But everyone acted so indifferent. Just then, the student named Howard Keon approached. Irisy, don't talk bad about me behind my back. If you're so great, why didn't you go out and lure the zombies away to save them? Now you're here pretending to be a saint? Before President Irisy could say anything, the female student beside her couldn't hold back and snapped. Howard, shut up. What right did you have to hit the president? Apologize now. You bitch. Don't you see what kind of situation this is? Still think you're the high and mighty class president? I'm warning you. Don't piss me off. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Irisy looked like she was about to explode. She gritted her teeth, staring at him, seemingly ready for a fight. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from beside Howard. Before he could react, Liu Xiao rushed forward and threw a punch straight into his face. The punch knocked him backward onto the ground. Looking at the person who hit him, Howard Keon was in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said, Liu Xiao, impossible. How did you get in here? Ben Wu stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and cursed. You son of a bitch. You dared to not open the door for us. Do you have any idea we were almost caught by zombies? Seeing his ferocity, Howard Keon got a little scared. He explained in a trembling voice, I was just thinking about everyone's safety. The more he spoke, the more justified Howard felt. He pushed Ben Wu's hand away and continued. Those zombies were chasing right behind you too. If I had opened the door and let them in, everyone would have died. To save everyone, I had no choice. The surrounding students also started whispering among themselves. He's right. Right now, we should be thinking of a way to escape, not assigning blame here. That's right. And besides, didn't you to get in anyway? Stop arguing. What if you attract zombies? Hearing these words, Ben Wu's face darkened. He shot a glare at Howard Keon and cursed. Damn you, you despicable bastard. Using the other students like that. Hearing this, not only was Howard Keon not scared, but the corner of his mouth curled up in a clear provocation. Just then, Iris heard the commotion and turned, seeing the two of them. She ran over joyfully. Liu Xiao, Ben Wu, are you two okay? This is great. Yeah. President, we're fine. Thank you both for what you did. If not for you, we would have all been bitten to death by zombies. He was feeling happy, but when he saw the bruise on Iris' face, Liu Xiao's eyes instantly turned cold. Without another word, he walked toward Howard Keon. Saying this, Howard Keon trembled and shouted, You, what are you going to do? But before he could finish, Liu Xiao raised his hand. A slap landed squarely on his face. After being hit again, Howard Keon's face darkened and he yelled, You son of a bitch! You dare? You dare! Ha! SMACK! Another slap landed on his other cheek. After hitting him, Liu Xiao raised the fire axe in front of his face and said in a menacing tone, Howard Keon, listen closely. These 2 slaps are for the class president. If you ever dare to bully anyone in our class again, I will chop off your hands with this axe and throw you to the zombies. Don't believe me? Just try me. I, Liu Xiao, always keep my word. Hearing that, Howard Keon froze for a moment. Then, immediately shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Liu Xiao didn't bother with him anymore, just took Iris' hand and pulled her aside. Being suddenly held by him, Iris' heart began to race, and her face flushed slightly red. Only after the two had walked away did Howard Keon's face twist in a grimace. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Liu Xiao, you just wait. One day, I'll make you pay for today's humiliation 10 times over. In another corner, Liu Xiao led the other two to sit down. He looked out at the ring on his hand, deep in thought. Just then, Ben Wu spoke up. President, your face is really red. Does it still hurt? Iris was startled, her face turning even redder. She quickly explained, No, it doesn't hurt anymore. As if remembering something, Iris lowered her head and said softly, I'm really sorry about earlier. You two risked your lives to save so many people, but I couldn't open the door for you, leaving you to suffer outside for so long. Ben Wu shook his head and replied, President, you can't be blamed for this. It's all because of that cowardly, selfish Howard Keon. Iris lowered her head even further. Don't call me president anymore. I couldn't even protect my own classmates. How can I deserve that title? Hearing this, Liu Xiao spoke up. No matter what, in my heart, you'll always be the class president. Yeah. Ben Wu quickly chimed in. Hearing that, Iris was stunned for a moment, and then tears started to fall. She could no longer hold it and unburied her face in her hands, sobbing. Seeing a girl cry for the first time, Liu Xiao was flustered and completely at a loss. Iris sobbed. Everything was fine. Why did this have to happen? I'm so scared. I don't know when the zombies will get me. Ben Wu immediately comforted her. It's okay, President. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely protect you. After hearing those words, Iris gradually calmed down. She smiled and said, Leo, thank you. But our class is gone now. Don't call me president anymore. Just call me Iris. Liu Xiao hesitated slightly, then asked, Iris, have you seen Serena Chen? As soon as he asked, Iris was taken aback, silently thinking, I heard before that Leo likes Serena Chen. So it's true. He's a good person. He was just comforting me. What am I getting jealous for? After thinking this, Iris finally answered, I saw Serena Chen with her assistant earlier. They were surrounded by zombies, and then I lost sight of her. Oh, right. Leo, Ben, can I borrow your phones? I'm really worried about my parents. I tried calling, but no one picked up. If they see the news about our school, they'll be worried sick. Hearing this, Ben Wu replied, Our phones have no signal either. Liu Xiao added, This zombie outbreak isn't just around our school. It's a global pandemic. The outside world is also full of zombies. Iris covered her mouth in fear, exclaiming, What? Then my parents. Could they also be? Liu Xiao quickly reassured her. All right, don't worry too much. Maybe your parents found a place to hide, just like us. Before long, A few students began to feel increasingly restless. A female student couldn't help but say softly, "Xiao Hao, I'm so hungry." The male student named Xiao Hao replied dejectedly, "Me too." Two other male students nearby overheard and glared at them, shouting, "Eight, eight, eight. That's all you know. If you're not afraid of becoming lunch for the zombies, then go on outside." Xiao Hao, dissatisfied, retorted, "We're not asking you for food. What's it to you?" The other guy snorted, "If you're hungry, then keep it to yourselves. Do you have to say it out loud and make everyone else feel even hungrier?" Soon, an argument broke out. Many students gathered around to watch the commotion. Benwu's group also noticed. "What's going on over there?" Iris stood up, annoyed. "These people. What time is it to be arguing?" Seeing her about to step in immediately, Liu Zhao grabbed her hand. "Just leave them be. Going over there now won't do any good. Have you forgotten what Howard did to you? The moment you try to reason with them, they'll pin all the blame on you. If they demand that you give them food, what will you do?" Hearing those words, Iris froze for a moment and then fell silent. She watched as her classmates, seemingly going mad, rummaged through their bags, pulling everything out just to find a scrap of food. Even the water was fought over until not a single drop was left. Just then, a female student suddenly suggested, "Hey, let's go up to the second floor. Isn't the librarian's office on the second floor? There might be food in there." Hearing that idea, the students looked at each other and then nodded in unison. "Good idea. Let's go." But before the students could take a step, a loud thud echoed from above as a club struck the railing, stopping everyone in their tracks. At the same time, a shout came from above. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" On the second floor, a few menacing-looking students were already blocking the way. The leader glanced down and asked, "What are you all doing up here?" As soon as he saw the person, Benwu lowered his voice. "Isn't that Mako Lam? Why are they here?" Seeing the guy who had beaten him just yesterday, Liu Xiao's eyes also filled with caution. Seeing it was Mako Lam, the students who wanted to go to the second floor were also a bit scared, as Mako was a notorious bully at school. The guys with him are his lackeys. They're not to be trifled with. Xiao Hao. Maybe we should just forget it. Although terrified, after a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hao still managed to muster up his courage, took a few steps forward, and said, "There's no food on the first floor. We want to come up here to see if we can find anything to eat." Mako Lam put down the book in his hand and sneered. "Oh, is that so?" Then he stood up and suddenly kicked down with force. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the student Xiao Hao was kicked and sent tumbling down the stairs. Only then did Mako Lam look down with an indifferent expression. Xiao Hao tumbled several times down the stairs. A girl with green hair rushed to help him up, anxiously calling, "Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, are you okay?" Now, Mako Lam just let out a cold laugh. He leisurely walked down, book in hand, and said coldly, "Don't you see what the world has become? Still think you're as important as you were before? Listen up, all of you. From now on, this staircase is your limit. The second floor is my territory. Anyone who dares to come up, I'll beat you to death." The students heard this and were frozen, their hearts filled with nothing but fear. Mako Lam pulled a loaf of bread from his pocket, took a bite, and continued, "There's food on the second floor. If anyone wants some, it's simple. Bring something of value to trade for it. If not, if any beauties want to offer themselves instead of trading items, I might consider it." Hearing those vile words, Benwu cursed angrily. Usually, this Mako Lam guy being arrogant and bossy is one thing. But at a time like this, he still thinks he's some kind of king? He wants to hoard all the food for himself? This is too much. Not stopping there, Mako Lam stepped down further, holding the piece of bread in front of the green-haired girl and sneering. "What's wrong? Beauty? You're so pretty. It's a waste of resources to be with this loser. Why not come with me? I guarantee you won't starve." Being insulted like that, the green-haired girl angrily slapped Mako Lam's hand away and yelled, "Get lost!" Seeing the bread fall to the ground, Mako Lam instantly flew into a rage. He slapped the green-haired girl straight across the face and roared, "You stinking bitch! You dare curse at me!" Not only that, but he also grabbed her hair and pulled it hard. At this point, Iris finally couldn't take it anymore. She stepped forward and shouted, Mako Lamb, let her go. Mako Lamb heard her and glanced over. Iris continued, with the situation outside being so chaotic, we should be uniting. Why are you taking this opportunity to bully others? The other male students chimed in. That's right. The class president is right. Mako, you don't need to be so unreasonable. Besides, the library isn't your house. The supplies here belong to everyone. What right do you have to claim it all for yourself? Hearing this, Mako Lamb replied with disdain. You've always opposed me. I only put up with you because of those old teachers. Now they're all dead. Who's going to back you up now? Believe it or not, I can have my men strip you naked right here for everyone to enjoy just how alluring our class president's body is. His lackeys behind him chimed in. President, do you want to undress yourself, or do you want us to help you? Hearing this, Iris instinctively took 2 steps back, crossing her arms over her chest. You all stay away from me. But before Mako Lamb's group could make a move, the axe in Liu Xiao's hand appeared. The blade reflected a cold light, causing Mako's lackeys to stop in their tracks. Liu Xiao stood in front of Iris and said coldly, Mako Lamb, don't take it too far. Seeing Liu Xiao appear, Mako Lamb was first stunned. Then he burst out laughing. This is hilarious. Want to be a hero and save the beauty? Looks like you didn't get beaten enough yesterday. Want me to have my guys cripple you right here and now? But this time, he was mistaken, because the Liu Xiao of today was no longer the weakling from yesterday. Yesterday, too many things held him back, forcing him to endure the beating. But today was different. Facing the threat, Liu Xiao replied faintly. That's right. Before today, I, Liu Xiao, was always bullied by you. But just like you said, the world has changed. The era of Mako Lamb should also come to an end. If you think you can be as arrogant as before, then I. CRSH. Liu Xiao swung his fire axe, smashing it into the bookshelf beside them. The shelves immediately came crashing down. Only then did he continue. You can come and try. Looking into his cold, emotional eyes, Mako Lamb fell silent. His lackeys behind him also went quiet. A moment later, one of them whispered, Mako, that thing is pretty sharp. Should we? Another lackey quickly interjected. This guy's crazy. We better not mess with him. Hearing this, Mako Lamb finally spoke. Out of respect for our past as classmates, I'll stay on the 2nd floor. You all stay on the 1st. We'll mind our own business. If any of you dare to sneak up to the 2nd floor to take supplies, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his gang back upstairs. As for Liu Xiao, he made no further moves, just silently watched them leave. But just as he reached the top of the stairs, Mako Lamb suddenly stopped, turned his head, and glared at his lackeys, cursing, What are you standing around for? Get some things and block the way for me. If you see anyone daring to sneak up here, beat them to death. That loser Liu Xiao knew to find a weapon? Don't you all know how to find one? Downstairs, Iris suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Famu quickly caught her and asked, Are you okay? Did that guy scare you? Iris shook her head. No, I'm fine. I just can't believe how quickly human nature can change. We were all friends, yet in just a few hours, our relationship has become so hostile. Liu Xiao, standing nearby, sighed and explained to her, living in peacetime, with laws to govern us, no one dares to do anything too outrageous. We have to coexist peacefully with others. But once war or a pandemic breaks out and the world descends into chaos, rebellious elements and negative, cruel thoughts naturally emerge, just to save their own lives. People are capable of anything. That is the dark side of our world. Iris, you should change a little too. Don't always stand up for others like that. Sooner or later, it will bring you trouble. Then Wu, beside them, also spoke up encouragingly. Don't worry. With me and Liu here, we'll definitely protect you. Iris nodded slightly. Thank you both. But all the supplies and water in the library have been taken by Mako Lamb. Even if we don't go outside, we'll die of hunger and thirst. Liu Xiao thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, Mako has so many followers. We'd better not provoke him. Otherwise, we'll be the only ones to suffer. Suddenly, a gurgling sound echoed. startling both Manhwa and Dyrisi. But soon, the sound continued, and everyone knew where it was coming from, making Irisi blush crimson. She gently rubbed her stomach and whispered, Sorry. My stomach is growling." Liu Xiao didn't seem to mind at all. He just waved for the two of them to come over and said, "You guys are hungry? Let's go eat." Manhua and Dyrisi were both confused. Go eat? Though they didn't understand what he was planning. They obediently followed him. In a hidden corner, a beautiful girl sat alone. From the moment Liu Xiao stood up, she had been quietly watching him. The purple-haired girl beside her asked softly, "Serena, are you okay?" It turned out the beautiful girl was Serena Chen, the class belle and the goddess in Liu Xiao's heart. Hearing her friend's question, she smiled and replied, I'm fine. I just found that boy a little special." Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Xiao had led the two to a corridor behind the library. Ben Wu finally couldn't hold back and asked cautiously, "Leo, where are you taking us? How are we going to find supplies here?" Liu Xiao grinned. "There's nothing here, but I guarantee the cafeteria has some. You guys guard the door for me. I'm going out." As soon as they heard this, Ben Wu and Dyrus immediately tried to stop him. "You want to go out?" "No, absolutely not." Iris Yi was even more anxious. "There are so many zombies outside. It's very dangerous. Besides, I'm not that hungry. I can bear it." Liu Xiao just smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. It'll be fine." After speaking, he gave his instructions. "That's settled then. I'm off. Wait for me." Seeing that Iris Yi was still worried, Ben Wu said softly, "I believe in Leo. He's very strong now. He'll definitely come back safely." Outside, zombies still shuffled back and forth across the school grounds. Liu Xiao moved very quietly, carefully avoiding their detection. When he got near an alley, he quickly saw what he was looking for. Not far away were the bodies of two students, with a lot of food scattered beside them. Without hesitation, Liu Xiao immediately went forward to check. Soon after, he discovered a considerable amount of food inside the dead student's backpack. Perfect. He turned the ring on his hand and silently recited, "Space, activate." In the blink of an eye, an invisible cubic space appeared. Without hesitation, Liu Xiao tossed all the food inside. These supplies could last him for a while if he was alone. But with Iris and Ben Wu, it was a bit tight. The longer he waited, the harder it would be to find supplies. So he had to gather as much as he could now. These types of snacks can be preserved for a long time, to be used only in emergencies. Even drinking water had to be carefully rationed. Absorbed in gathering food, Liu Xiao forgot that this was still zombie territory. Suddenly, he heard the groans right next to his ear. Goose instantly covered his body, and his gaze shot behind him. A blood-soaked zombie had somehow gotten close to him, its blood-red eyes lunging straight forward. In a panic, Liu Xiao reflexively took the steps back. His hand, quick as lightning, gripped the fire axe. Just as the zombie charged, he brought the axe down hard on its head. After dealing with the enemy, Liu Xiao picked up the backpack he had seen earlier, intending to leave. But to his surprise, he was completely surrounded. The noise had drawn near by zombies, and they were slowly closing in. The worst part was that he was trapped in an alley, flanked by buildings, with both ends blocked by two groups of zombies. Fortunately, fate hadn't completely abandoned him. Liu Xiao suddenly spotted a window in the adjacent building. Without a second thought, he immediately ran towards it. Just as the zombies pounced, he managed to scramble inside. And as luck would have it, once inside, Liu Xiao realized this place was actually the school's kitchen. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. "This is great. Let's see if there's anything to eat." When he found a pot of cooked rice, still steaming, his eyes lit up. "Excellent. Hot rice." Meanwhile, back at the library, about 30 minutes had passed. Ben Wu and Iris Yi waited in anxious anticipation. Just then, a voice came from behind the door. "Open up." Ben Wu was ecstatic and rushed to the door. "Leo." "Yeah, I'm back." At that moment, Iris Yi suddenly rushed forward and hugged Liu Xiao tightly. "You're back. That's great. I was worried sick." Seeing this, Ben Wu whispered from the side, "You have no idea. Ever since you left, Iris has been incredibly worried about you. She almost went out to look for you once. If you hadn't come back soon, I wouldn't have been able to hold her back. Being hugged so tightly by a girl, Liu Xiao felt a bit awkward. He could only laugh nervously and change the subject. Sorry, I made you guys worry. You're all hungry, right? Look what I brought back. When they saw what he took out of his backpack, both Iris's and Ben Wu's eyes lit up. It's rice. Liu Xiao nodded. Yeah, eat up. And so, the two of them immediately dug in, gobbling it down with gusto. In a situation like this, being able to eat hot rice was truly a blissful thing. Irishi couldn't help but exclaim, how come I never knew plain white rice could be this delicious? Liu Xiao smiled and replied, well, if you like it, eat more. Seeing him just watch without eating, Irishi asked suspiciously, Leo, why aren't you eating? Liu Xiao explained, oh, I already ate in the cafeteria earlier. When I was out just now, I noticed there are more and more zombies. It's going to be much harder to find supplies later, so we have to conserve food and not waste even a single drop of water. And most importantly, absolutely do not let anyone else know we have food, or it will cause big trouble. Hearing this, Irishi felt a bit reluctant, but there are so many of our classmates in there. Ben Wu immediately interjected, President, please, don't be compassionate and pity them. Leo risked his life to get these supplies. If we share it with them, with everyone taking a bite, will there be anything left? When we're starving, will anyone care enough to find supplies for us? Irishi thought for a moment and then nodded. You're right. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't tell anyone. But there's still so much rice left. What should we do? Should we hide it? But where? Hearing this, Liu Xiao calmly replied, that's simple. Then he opened the door again. Seeing his action, Ben Wu asked, confused, Leo, what are you doing? Liu Xiao, carrying the pot of rice, placed it in a corner near the emergency exit, then closed the door as before. Ben Wu watched for a moment and immediately understood. He couldn't help but praise. Leo, that's a brilliant move. The people in there are scared to death of zombies. Who would dare open the door to look for supplies? We can wait until tonight to come back and eat. No one will ever find out. After closing the door, Liu Xiao smiled and said, all right, let's head back. Being gone for too long will arouse suspicion. When the three of them returned to the library, the place had become incredibly noisy. A few students from wealthy families were so hungry they couldn't stand it anymore. They were banging their fists and crying out, ah, so hungry. I can't take it anymore. Just at that moment, a voice drifted down from the upper floor. Why is it so noisy? Can't stand being hungry? Really now? We're all classmates. You could have come up and asked me for help. I, Mako Lamb, would certainly not have turned a blind eye. As soon as she walked in and heard that, Irishi was so angry she cursed under her breath. That bastard Mako Lamb is definitely pretending to be a good guy again just to bully people. Liu Xiao gently reminded her. All right, let's just mind our own business. As long as he doesn't mess with us, we don't need to pay him any mind. But as he came down the stairs, Mako Lamb seemed to have spotted something that greatly interested him. Well, isn't this Serena Chen, the big star? Hearing that name, Liu Xiao couldn't help but be stunned, because the library was quite large and crowded. He hadn't noticed his goddess was also here. It wasn't until Mako Lamb spoke that he looked over. He saw Mako Lamb walk straight up to Serena Chen and say, you really know how to play hard to get. You knew I was on the second floor, yet you didn't come find me. I have plenty of food and drink. I guarantee you won't suffer. Seeing this, Ben Wu whispered, Leo, it's your goddess. She's been hiding here too? How come we didn't see her before? Seeing Liu Xiao's silent, fixed gaze in that direction, a bitter, indescribable feeling arose in Irishi's heart. The short-haired girl standing next to Serena Chen heard Mako Lam and replied with a smile. Classmate, Serena really hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. If you could give her some food, I would be very grateful. Hearing this, Mako Lam became even more smug. What's there to be polite about? As long as the goddess says the word, I would go through fire and water for her, let alone a little food like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. and a lackey quickly brought over a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. The short-haired girl quickly accepted it, thanking him profusely. But right after, Mako Lamb spoke again. Serena, you see how chaotic it is here. It's very dangerous for you to be alone. If you're not careful, someone might steal your food. Why don't you come upstairs with me? I promise to protect you. Serena Chen politely refused. Mako, thank you for the bread and water, but I want to stay with everyone else. However, Mako Lamb immediately showed his true colors. He grabbed her wrist and said forcefully, if I say you're coming up, you're coming up. Don't be shy. Being touched so rudely, Serena Chen immediately shouted, let go of me. The short-haired girl also quickly stood up. Classmate, let's talk this out calmly. Please, don't hurt Serena. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xiao was so angry he wanted to intervene immediately. But Mako Lamb, seeing the short-haired girl dare to block him, his face darkened. What right do you have to get between me and Serena? Say one more word, and believe it or not, I'll kill you. But at that moment, Serena Chen violently shook his hand off, followed by a loud slap. Ha! Mako Lamb, you bastard. Don't think that just because you provided a little food, I, Serena Chen, will obediently listen to you. Stop dreaming and get over yourself. I don't need it. Here, take it and get lost. I'm returning it to you. Seeing her react so fiercely, Mako Lamb's face was so grim it looked like it could drip water. He gritted his teeth and said, you stinking bitch. Just a little star. Acting all high and mighty. Fine. I'll wait until you're so hungry you come crawling to me. Let's go. After Mako Lamb's group left, the short-haired girl stepped forward and asked worriedly, Serena, are you okay? Serena Chen shook her head. I'm fine. But Flora, from now on, we can't trust anyone. We can only trust ourselves. Seeing all this, Benwu's eyes lit up. I thought all female celebrities just like to find a powerful backer. I didn't expect Serena to have such backbone. She truly is the belle of our school. Liu Xiao just gave a slight, dismissive smile. You think everyone just uses those methods to get famous? There are plenty of female celebrities who rely on their own talent and hard work to get ahead. Iris Yi chimed in from the side. That's right. Why didn't you step up to help her just now? A hero saving the beauty. Serena would definitely be moved. Liu Xiao replied thoughtfully. Actually, I wanted to see if she would really go with Mako Lamb. If she did, I would have looked down on her. But now, I have a new understanding of her. Though feeling a bit jealous, Iris Yi still said softly, girls are often very vulnerable at times like these. If you just go over and comfort her a little, she'll definitely be moved. She might even offer herself to you in return. Liu Xiao sighed. She's a big star. I'm just a poor student. How could I be so lucky? Benwu couldn't help but give him a push forward. What are you talking about? Leo, this is a rare opportunity. Go on. Encouraged by his two friends, Liu Xiao was so nervous that sweat broke out all over him as he slowly walked forward. Seeing someone unexpectedly approach, Serena Chen looked up. The more she looked at him, the more flustered Liu Xiao became. His cheeks turned red, and he stammered. Jay just now. Are you okay? Before Serena Chen could answer, the short-haired girl next to her stood up and blocked his way. Excuse me, my Serena is tired. If you genuinely care about her, please don't disturb her rest. Hearing this, Liu Xiao quickly took off the backpack on his shoulder, waving his hands to explain. Please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to give her some food and water. The short-haired girl was immediately surprised. Huh? Food? How do you have any? Seeing her speak so loudly, Liu Xiao quickly put a finger to his lips, gesturing for her to be quiet. He then took out a few snacks and a bottle of water from his backpack and brought them over. Facing the wary gaze of his goddess, Liu Xiao just smiled and said, don't lump me in with that Mako Lamb guy. I just want to help you. Nothing more. Remember to ration it, and don't let anyone else find out. With that, he set the food down and turned to leave. Only after Liu Xiao was far away did the short-haired girl pick up the food, smiling. Serena, hurry up and eat. On the second floor, Mako Lamb's face was full of annoyance. Suddenly, a lackey approached and whispered, young master, this guy wants to see you. Howard Kian, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Our Kian immediately pointed to himself and spoke up. Young Master Mako, our relationship has always been pretty good. At a time like this, you can't just abandon your little brother. Can you? Let me follow you. Whatever you say. I, Howard Kion, will definitely do it, even if it means jumping into boiling oil or a pit of fire. Faced with this plea, Mako Lam replied nonchalantly, I'm not short on people. Give me one reason to take you in. This? Simple. Didn't that Serena Chen refuse to go with you? Young Master Mako? If you need a woman, it's not hard. Just leave it to me. Howard Kion. Downstairs. Serena Chen was eating the food that Liu Xiao had brought. The short-haired girl couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Serena, what's your relationship with that boy? Are you two very close? You mean Liu Xiao? We're not close. Just ordinary classmates. But that makes it even more suspicious. In a situation like this, he's willing to give us something as precious as supplies. That's not something ordinary friends would do. And why only share with us and not the others? After hearing Flora speak, Serena gently shook her head. She was also very confused. I don't know either. Flora, the short-haired girl beside her, then spoke earnestly in a low voice. Serena, although I'm your manager, I've always seen you as my little sister. There's something I have to say for your own good. I hope you won't be too disappointed. It's okay. Flora, just say it. In the current situation, there are many zombies around. And while zombies are indeed dangerous, the human heart is even more terrifying. Especially for someone as beautiful as you. Things like your beauty and talent will all become reasons for you to be in danger. I'm just a woman too, so there's no way I can protect you. The best way is to find a man to rely on. Hearing that, Serena Chen said sadly, Flora, I understand everything you're saying. But if you want me to use my body to exchange for safety, I can't do it. You silly girl. I'm not talking about that Mako Lam guy. How could I let that bastard take advantage of you? What do you think of that Liu Xiao? Hearing this, Serena Chen's cheeks suddenly flushed a little pink. After leaving the two of them, it seemed Liu Xiao faintly heard them talking about him. Serena Chen, meanwhile, felt her face getting hotter the more she thought about it. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. Flora, beside her, also remained silent. Back with his two companions, Liu Xiao asked doubtfully, why does Iris look so unhappy? Did you upset her? It wasn't me who upset her. It was you. Liu, can't you smell something sour in the air? I'm telling you, when it comes to matters of the heart, you're really clueless. Didn't you notice that ever since you went to give food to the great beauty Serena, our president started to get unhappy? To be precise, she's drowning in a vat of vinegar. As soon as he heard that, Iris he couldn't help but blush and quickly wave her hands. Ben Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? Despite her protests, Ben will continue to tease. I'm telling you, Leo, you're great at everything except for your taste. What's so great about Samai's queen? Is she better than our kind, good-hearted, and approachable president? But right at that moment, a loud thud echoed, stunning everyone present. All eyes immediately turned to the source of the sound. A student couldn't help but cover her mouth. Even Serena Chen and Flora in the distance gasped. Someone had jumped from the building. It was a young, beautiful female student. Witnessing the girl's tragic fate, the other students began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the person who was taken to the second floor by Howard Kion earlier? I saw the people go up earlier. I don't know where the other one is. Maybe she also. How tragic. I don't know which bastard treated her like that. She must have been tortured horribly to choose suicide. That Mako Lam is not human. Just then, Mako's voice drifted down from the second floor. Stupid bitch. I gave you food and water. Just wanted you to have a little fun with me. Yet, you dared to refuse. Thinking you're so pure? You deserve to die. Howard Kion, standing beside him, quickly chimed in. This kind of woman isn't even worthy of polishing young Master Mako's shoes. I'll go find some prettier girls to serve you later. Young Master. Witnessing this, Liu Xiao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, a bunch of bastards. Seeing him about to charge up, Benru quickly stopped him. Leo, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them. If a conflict breaks out, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. After hearing the advice, Liu Xiao gradually calmed down. He glanced at the girl's body, then walked over and took off his jacket. In one motion, he draped it over the young woman's body. He knelt down, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Classmate, may you rest in peace. I, Liu Xiao, promise you, I will make the people who killed you. Every single one of them will pay the price. Not one will be spared. None of them will have a good end." Hearing those words, Mako Lam's expression instantly changed. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "That dog Liu Xiao! You dare curse me? What are you all standing around for? Beat him to death for me." But at that moment, Howard Keon beside him whispered, "Young Master Mako, I think we've messed with the wrong person this time. Look at them. With the current situation, if their whole group charges up here, we might not win. Let's deal with them another day. Damn it, that dog Liu Xiao. You remember this. There will come a day when I make you kneel and beg for your life." With that, he called his lackeys, turned around, and went back inside. Sir, it was late at night. No matter how hungry they were, they couldn't fight off the sleepiness after a long, tense day. Now, only the even breathing of the students could be heard in the library. But just then, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly startled Liu Xiao from his sleep. Outside, countless dark figures were appearing in the moonlight shining in. It was the zombies, screaming wildly, trying to break down the door and rush in. In an instant, all the students were awake, but everyone was in a panic, not knowing what to do. The zombies are about to break in. Are you men or not? Hurry up and think of something. Hey, my life is my own to protect. Why should I worry about you? Seeing how stupid these people were, Liu Xiao roared. Stop arguing. Reinforce the door. We can't let the zombies in. Wait. Right. Everyone, hurry. If those zombies get in, no one will escape. And so, everyone worked together, carrying furniture to block the door. With their combined effort, they quickly managed to temporarily stabilize the situation. But then, Liu Xiao suddenly remembered something. Not good. No one is guarding the windows. If the zombies get in from there, let's go. Over there. But in that very instant, another incident occurred. Help! To everyone's horror, the girl who had committed suicide by jumping from the second floor slowly began to stand up. Her eyes were blood-red, and her body moved sluggishly forward. The sight terrified everyone. How was this possible? Wasn't she dead? She turned into a zombie? This is insane. Doesn't it say in the movies that after being bitten by a zombie, it takes some time to turn? Maybe she was bitten outside, and no one noticed. Seeing the reanimated girl charging towards the crowd, all the students panicked and scattered, no one daring to confront her. Every face was pale, mouths stammering. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. A male student, too scared, tripped and fell. Instantly, the female zombie pounced. Don't bite me. Right at that moment, Liu Xiao turned back and swung his axe straight at the female zombie's head. But while he saved this side, trouble was brewing at the back door. The repeated thudding sounds also drew the attention of the other students. Thump, thump, thump. The back door was being relentlessly attacked by zombies. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the door and swarmed in. Seeing so many zombies, everyone present trembled uncontrollably, seeing that these people were too scared to even run. Liu Xiao immediately shouted, "Run! The zombies are in! Ben, protect Iris! Iris, stay close to Ben!" As soon as they heard the warning, all the students began a desperate scramble to the second floor. Those who reacted slower instantly became zombie food. Blood-curdled screams echoed relentlessly. In a short moment, the place had turned into a slaughterhouse. The lucky ones who escaped had now reached the stairs, including Liu Xiao's group of 3. Everyone, don't push. Be careful. But his warning seemed to have no effect. Get out of the way. Don't block me. Save me. These brainless people trampled over each other to climb up. Some were killed by zombie bites, but were trampled to death by their own side. A student leading the way shouted, "The teacher's lounge is over there. Hide in there." But when they got there, Mako Lam's group inside was desperately holding the door shut, not letting anyone in. "Stop banging. We're not here. Go find another place. Damn it. If you don't want to be eaten by zombies, get lost." Far on the other side, Serena Chen was being jostled by the crowd, stumbling. Just then, a hand suddenly gripped hers tightly. Feeling her hand being held, Serena Chen turned her head. She immediately saw Liu Zhao with a serious expression, saying, "Follow me. This way. There's no way out upstairs. Running up there will just get you caught by zombies. Trust me, I'll get you out of here the safest way." Hearing his words, for some reason, a strange sense of trust bloomed in Serena Chen's heart. She nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. Okay. Not long after, Benwu called out loudly, "Leo, over here." Very quickly, the five of them turned in the opposite direction from the fleeing students. Benwu excitedly pointed ahead and said, "Leo, look, the exit is right ahead. Tell everyone to run ahead. I'll stay behind and close the door." But when Benwu rushed to the end of the corridor, he suddenly froze. What the hell? There's no exit. Why did we run into the men's restroom? I thought the exit was up ahead. Flora, the short-haired woman, angrily questioned, "Are you even a student at this school? You don't even know the layout of the campus?" I haven't quite learned all the routes yet. However, the zombies outside gave them no time to argue. They continuously slammed their bodies against the door, trying to break in. Witnessing this, Iris Yi said worriedly, "What should we do?" Flora, on the other hand, had already burst into tears. "Boo-hoo. Even if I have to die, I don't want to die in a men's restroom. It's too humiliating." Liu Xiao was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the restroom. After about 10 seconds, he finally spoke. "It seems all the zombies have gathered around the library. Even if there are zombies outside, there won't be too many. Benwu, I'll give you a boost. Take a look at the situation outside." Standing on Liu Xiao's shoulders to look outside, Benwu joyfully exclaimed, "There are no zombies outside, and there's a car next to the gym. All right, then climb out. Then help everyone else escape." Following his friend's instructions, Benwu was the first to jump out through the ventilation opening. Seeing that Benwu had left, Liu Xiao immediately urged the three remaining girls, "Quick, you three go out first. I'll cover the rear." Iris Yi also spoke up, "You to go first." Seeing this, Serena Chen said softly, "Liu Xiao, thank you." Hearing this, Liu Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly red. He bent down to let her step on him unjump. Flora, beside them, didn't forget to remind him, "It's right to help people, but don't take advantage of the situation. You're forbidden from turning your head back." "Why, yeah. I know." Just like that, Serena Chen got out smoothly. Next was Flora. "Iris, it's your turn." Hearing him say that, Iris immediately asked back, "If I go, what will you do? The window is so high, and there's nothing to stand on here. You're all alone. How will you get out?" Knowing she was worried about him, Liu Xiao said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I have a way." Iris, hearing this, still refused to leave. "What way? Tell me first. Otherwise, I won't leave you here alone." Liu Xiao was getting a bit frustrated with her. "If you don't hurry, the zombies will get in and we'll both be done for. We're running out of time. You go first. Hurry up." "No, I won't leave. One more person is one more bit of strength. I'll stay and help you." Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Liu Xiao shouted, "Iris Ye, have you been class president for so long that you think you're invincible? Who do you think you are to fight against zombies? If I were alone, I could handle them. With you here, you'll just be in my way. You might not find it a nuisance, but I do. Stop causing more trouble for me." After hearing those words, Iris Ye bit her lip tightly. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up. "Fine, I'll go. But before I leave, I have one thing to say to you." Before he could react, her soft lips gently touched his cheek. "I like you. Promise me you'll get out of here alive." Liu Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Okay, I promise." "All right. You should go now." But just as he pushed Iris Yi up, a cracking sound from the door immediately caught their attention. Turning to look, the horde of zombies had nearly broken down the door, ready to swarm inside. Without hesitation, Liu Xiao immediately turned and used his body to block the door, buying more time. Even as zombies swarmed and clawed at him, He gritted his teeth and held his ground. Witnessing this, Iris Yi burst into tears and cried out, "Leo! Go now! Hurry!" Her tears streamed down endlessly. As she jumped down, Liu Xiao's voice came from inside. "Ben, don't wait for me. Get them out of here. Out of the school. Find a safe place. I will definitely find you all. Leo, you have to be careful. Remember what you promised me. Leo, you have to be safe." Inside, the zombies had finally broken through the door. In his heart, Liu Xiao silently said, "I'm sorry, Iris. The promise I made to you. I might have to break it." But just as he thought that, he seemed to remember something and immediately gritted his teeth, struggling. "No, I can't fall here. I have to buy them time, even if it costs me my life." The very will to hold back the zombies for his comrades to escape ignited a new surge of strength in Liu Xiao. The axe in his hand swung relentlessly. No matter how many times he was bitten, he refused to fall. One swing, one zombie, one chop, one life. On the other side, Ben Wu's group had reached the car. As they got in and were about to buckle up, just as Ben was about to start the engine and leave, Iris Yi stopped him. "Wait, we can't go. We have to wait for Leo." Flora, hearing this, immediately showed her displeasure. "Wait, how? What if the zombies get here before he does? That library is like a ticking time bomb. Who knows when the zombies will pour out? By then, do you want to sit here and wait to be eaten? Besides, who knows if Liu Xiao is even still alive? I bet he's already dead." As soon as she said this, Serena Chen, sitting beside her, couldn't help but whisper, "Flora, don't say that." Ben Wu, on the other side, lowered his head and said quietly, "I'm worried about Leo too, but he told me to get everyone out of here first, to find a safe place. Right now, all the zombies are gathered in there. This is our only chance to escape. If we hesitate any longer, I'm afraid it'll be too late." Hearing these words, Iris Yi bit her lip tightly. Then she decisively opened the car door and got out. "Fine. If you won't wait, I will." Ben Wu immediately grabbed her hand. "No. Leo entrusted you to me. I have a responsibility to protect you. I can't let you go back to your death like this. Besides, Leo will definitely find a way to escape. If you're really worried about him, you should listen to him. Don't make him worry even more." "But how can he fight so many zombies by himself? There's nobody. Iris, trust him. He's Liu Xiao, after all." Hearing this, Iris Yi fell silent, her mind in a fierce struggle. Her whole body trembled. But finally, she got back into the car. Flora and Serena Chen on the side also remained silent, no one saying another word. The car quickly started and sped away from the school. At the same time, in the men's restroom, zombie corpses lay strewn everywhere. When Liu Xiao staggered out with his battered body, the rain had just started to fall. He took heavy, aimless steps through the downpour. In his hand, he still held the fire axe, stained with fresh blood. Only the blade remained cold and bright, reflecting a chilling sharpness. Just like that, Liu Xiao walked alone in the rain. Reaching the middle of the sports field, his consciousness was about to fade. His body had no strength left. His footsteps faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. The fire axe slipped from his grasp. Just then, the self-proclaimed system's voice suddenly rang out. "Warning. Warning. Subject Zero's life signs are abnormal. Body is infected with the zombie virus. Please use the evolution serum immediately, or you will turn into a zombie." In a daze, Liu Xiao used his last bit of consciousness to mumble, "I thought I might never get the chance to use this thing. So it's finally time, huh?" He took out a blue tube of medicine from his cubic space. He couldn't help but wonder, will this really work? This is a plague virus, not a vaccine. What if after injecting it, not only does it not cure me, but I turn into something even more terrifying? Whatever, there's no turning back now. Might as well take the gamble. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and injected the medicine into his body without hesitation. But after the injection, he waited for a long time and felt no change. Oh crap! No reaction. Don't tell me it's expired. But just then, a pain as if his soul was being torn apart struck him. It was so painful that Liu Xiao's eyes turned bloodshot. The muscles around the injection site bulged. The intense pain feeling as if someone was tearing his flesh apart piece by piece. So painful. It's like I'm being ripped apart. I can't take it anymore. And with that, Liu Xiao passed out. As the rain continued to pour down from the sky. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun was high and the puddles from the night before had nearly dry, that Liu Xiao groggily woke up. I'm still alive. He pushed himself up and checked his body, discovering he hadn't turned into a zombie. There were no injuries on him either. Looks like that damn ring wasn't lying to me after all. Just then, the ring's voice spoke again. Please address me as the respected God system. Yes. Yes. Big bro respected God system. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Good that you know. Subject 0. You have successfully evolved to become a second-class private. Your stats are Strength 18, Agility 16, Defense 17, Self-Healing 8. Your space has expanded to level 3. Hearing this, Liu Xiao was stunned. Second-class private? What the hell is that? If first class is the highest rank, does that mean I'm super strong now? But the system immediately doused him with cold water. You're overthinking it. There are 19 evolution ranks in total, from top to bottom. They're Marshal, General, Colonel, Officer, Sergeant, and Private. Among them, General is divided into General, Lieutenant General, Major General, and Brigadier General. Colonel is divided into Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, and Captain. Officer is divided into Captain, First Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, and Junior Lieutenant. Sergeant is divided into Master Sergeant and Sergeant. And Private is divided into First-Class Private, Second-Class Private, and Third-Class Private. So, to put it simply, in a class of 19 people, you are the second from the bottom. Oh, for crying out loud. Damn it. So I'm still as weak as a chicken? I quit. What's this about saving the world? How can I save anything when I'm this weak? The system replied coolly. An ordinary person, even after training, can only reach third-class private. But because you killed quite a few zombies before being bitten, you advanced to second-class private. This is a special bonus I gave you. You still dare to complain? From now on, it's all up to you. Each zombie killed counts as 1 point. You need 150 points to level up. Hearing this, Liu Xiao cried out, 150 points? How long will that take? When will I ever level up? Big bro system? Let's negotiate. Can you lower it a bit? This system is fair and just. I absolutely will not change my decision. Alright. Young man, the hope of all humanity rests on you. Strive forward. What the are you going to sleep again? Hey, wait. Don't go to sleep. I'm not done asking questions. After calling out to no avail, Liu Xiao could only mutter helplessly. He pulls this trick every time. Disappears before the conversation is over. In a hurry to go have a baby or something? He said my body would become stronger after evolving. But I don't feel any different. Let's find something to test it on. Seeing a concrete pillar nearby, Liu Xiao, without hesitation, threw a punch straight at it. Crack. The concrete pillar actually broke into from the force of his punch. Looking at his hand, Liu Xiao was so shocked he was speechless. A second-class private is already this powerful? Then a marshal must be a superman. If Benwu knew about this, he'd be thrilled. It seems the zombies from last night have left. I should go see if there are any lucky survivors. With that thought, he returned to last night's library, which had now turned into a chaotic mess. Bookshelves were tilted, and books were scattered all over the floor. He went up to the second floor and entered the librarian's office. This place was now empty as well. Looks like that Mako Lam guy escaped. The librarian really knew how to live. Huh? So many amenities. Whatever. I'm taking a shower first. Acting on the thought, he threw down his backpack, started undressing, and stepped into the bathroom. After showering, he sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV to watch the news. As soon as it turned on, the voice of a female news anchor came out. Dear citizens of Huaxia. Last night, a global zombie pandemic broke out. According to statistics, more than half of the world's population has been turned into zombies. These zombies are highly aggressive. Anyone scratched by a zombie will become one of them. The nation is establishing rescue bases for lucky survivors and simultaneously working on a cure for the virus. We hope that all surviving citizens, upon hearing this news, will find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue teams. We repeat, hearing the broadcast, Liu Xiao's face lit up with joy. Great! As long as the government and military set up bases, humanity has a chance of survival. But right at that moment, he heard a strange sound coming from the closet. His expression immediately turned serious, his hand gripping the fire axe tightly as he approached. With the sharp axe in hand, Liu Xiao felt a bit more confident. He pulled open the closet door. Just as he was about to bring the axe down, a girl's voice suddenly cried out from inside. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Liu Xiao froze for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, It's okay now. Don't be scared. But the girl was still panicking and shouting, Don't bite me. Liu Xiao quickly waved his hands and yelled, Look at me. I'm a human, not a zombie. Only then did the girl gradually calm down, trembling while looking up. Seeing she had calmed down, Liu Xiao continued, I'm not a bad person. I'm here to save you. A little later, on the sofa, the girl was still sobbing, her face in her hands. Looking at her fragile state, Liu Xiao thought to himself, she must have gone through something terrible. All right, don't cry anymore. What's your name? Why were you hiding in there? My name is Jade. I'm an art student. Yesterday, my friend and I came to the library to borrow books, but we got caught in the zombie outbreak. We were hiding in the main room, scared and hungry. Then Howard Keon came to find us, saying he could get us food from Mako Lam. Howard is our senior, so I trusted him and followed. Who knew that when we went to the second floor to meet Mako Lam, they tried to assault us. My friend couldn't take it and jumped from the second floor. Hearing this, Liu Xiao immediately remembered the female student who had jumped from the building yesterday. Yeah, that was her. But right after that, the zombies broke in. I hid inside here with Mako Lam and his group. After they saw that there were no more zombies outside, they jumped out the window. But the last person climbing out was caught by a zombie. I was too scared to jump from the window, so I had to hide here. Those bastards only care about themselves, leaving a girl like you here. They're truly inhumane. Oh, right. I don't know your name yet. Me? My name is Liu Xiao. As soon as she heard the name, Jade was stunned. You're Liu Xiao? The one who stood up to Howard Keon and Mako Lam's group yesterday. You're so brave. Back then, everyone was afraid of Mako. Only you dared to criticize him, being praised by a girl to his face. Liu Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head. It was no big deal. But you were wearing clothes then, so I didn't recognize you just now. Hearing that, Liu Xiao became even more flustered, quickly grabbing a pillow to cover his body. Sorry. I just finished showering and forgot to put on clothes. After getting dressed, Liu Xiao asked, Right. You haven't eaten, have you? I have bread and water here. You should eat something. Seeing the food Liu Xiao offered, Jade was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. Don't cry. Don't cry. I can't stand seeing people cry. Hearing that, Jade wiped the tears from her cheeks and said, Sorry. I'm just moved. I thought I was a goner this time. I never thought I'd meet you. Oh, right. Can I take a shower? I was hiding in the closet, and I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable now. Of course. You can. Seeing Liu Xiao agree, Jade went to take a shower. While showering, she seemed to be deep in thought, remaining silent for a long time. About 20 minutes passed before Jade came out wrapped in a towel. Looking at Liu Xiao's back, she became even more resolute in her decision. Her cheeks unconsciously flushed red. Seeing her come out, Liu Xiao asked, Are you done? Jade didn't answer, her face turning even redder than before. Realizing she still wasn't dressed, Liu Xiao awkwardly looked away. You should eat something. Holding the bread in her hand, Jade once again couldn't hold back her tears. This made Liu Xiao flustered. Why are you crying again? I've never met a girl who likes to cry as much as you do. Sniff. I'm sorry. Just thinking about my friend, who was forced to jump to her death for this piece of bread. It's all my fault. If I hadn't believed Howard Keon back then, this wouldn't have happened. I'm the one who caused her death. Liu Xiao comforted her. How can you be blamed? If anyone's to blame, it's those two bastards, Howard Keon and Mako Lam. Besides, Your friend turned into a zombie after she died. I guess she was bitten long before that. And no one noticed. Even if she hadn't jumped, she wouldn't have survived. Suddenly, Jade moved closer, resting her head on his shoulder and sobbing. There are zombies everywhere outside now. I don't know how I'm going to survive. Liu Zhao's ears turned red. He gently pushed her away and said, that. You don't need to be scared. The news just announced that the government and military are building bases. As long as we can survive until then, we can escape this place. I think my friends, after hearing the news, will also head there to meet up with me. If you're willing, you can come with me. Hearing this, Jade said happily, You'll let me come with you? Of course. But if you have other plans. I know. I don't have any other plans. I'll go with you. Oh, right. I have this. As he spoke, Liu Zhao took a set of clothes from his backpack. This is a set of clothes I found in the library. I don't know if it will fit you. You can try it on. But before he could finish, Jade lunged forward, using her soft lips to silence Liu Zhao's. The action stunned Liu Zhao, his eyes wide with surprise. After coming to his senses, he quickly pulled back, his face burning red like a ripe tomato. What are you doing? Liu, you saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. So, I'll repay you with my body. Hearing those words, Liu Zhao was speechless, his mouth agape as if he couldn't believe his ears. About 3 minutes later, he was covered in sweat and said, You've been watching too many TV dramas. What time is it to be joking like that? Jade maintained a serious expression. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Unless you despise me, I'm determined to follow you. Whoa. Why is your face so red? Are you okay? Are you running a fever? As if remembering something, Jade's eyes widened. Could it be that was your first kiss? Hearing that, Liu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Thump. She found out, but out loud. He retorted, Huh? Who said that? I've kissed a lot of people when I was a kid. Standing beside him, Jade teased. Just on the cheek, right? That doesn't count as a real kiss. Was it really your first kiss? Liu, you look so cute when you're embarrassed. You. Don't talk nonsense. Just then, a call for help suddenly echoed in their ears. Is anyone out there? Help us. We're in the broadcasting room. Come save us. Liu Zhao was startled. There are still survivors. Jade immediately asked, What should we do? Should we go save them? Of course. Those idiots are broadcasting so loudly. Are they afraid they won't attract enough zombies? This is just making things more dangerous. Sure enough, just as he predicted, the zombies heard the noise and began to swarm towards the room. The sound of constant banging on the door echoed. The students and teachers in the room saw this and retreated in fear. What do we do? They're about to break in. This is so scary. I don't want to die. Just then, a voice reached their ears. Hey, over here. I'm down below. Hearing the voice, the people inside immediately opened the window. They said joyfully, Classmate, you've come to save us. Someone finally came to save us. This is great. Shh, quiet. Don't attract more zombies. What's the situation in there? In here? This whole floor is full of zombies. We barely managed to hide in the broadcasting room to call for help. They're about to break in. Please, you have to save us. Hearing this, Liu Zhao took off his backpack, pulled out a rope, and said in a low voice, Find a sturdy place to tie this rope and climb down. And for God's sake, don't make a sound. Got it? As they caught the rope, Liu Zhao threw up. The old teacher quickly tied it securely. He was then the first one to climb down. Jade helped the old man land, and Liu Zhao immediately ran over. Quick, one by one, climb down. And so, one by one, they descended the rope to the ground. The last one was a male student with glasses. Seeing him being so slow, someone couldn't help but urge, Alan Lee, you're the only one left. Hurry up. That student, Alan Lee, was trembling all over. He had a fear of heights. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to make his way down the rope. Overcome by fear, he lost his grip on the rope and fell, instinctively letting out a loud scream. As soon as he heard that sound, Liu Zhao's expression immediately changed. Damn it. Not good. Sure enough, The nearby zombies heard the noise and all turned to look in their direction. In a panic, Liu Xiao immediately urged, "Run! Go to the parking lot. Get everyone out of here." The group frantically ran towards the cars. But there were too many people in only one car. A dispute immediately broke out. "Don't push. The car is full. There's no more room." In the back, fending off the zombies. When Liu Xiao and Jade finally reached the car, it was already packed. He grabbed the shoulder of the guy with glasses from before and said, "Hey, let the girl get in the car first." The young man who was held back immediately yelled, "Huh, I'm not getting out. You can beat me to death, but I'm not getting out." The other male students in the car heard this and loudly reprimanded him. "It's all your fault. You were the one who made that noise and attracted so many zombies. Get out. If we take you with us, we'll all die." "Yeah, get out. Same the state of these people," Jade said in a low voice. "Leo, let them go. I'll stay with you." Liu Xiao firmly shook his head. "No way. It's too dangerous for you to be with me. Go with them in the car. Once you reach the base, you'll be safe. But look at them. You just saved their lives. But what about them? The moment they got in the car, they stopped caring about us. They're fighting over a single seat. If there's any danger, they'll definitely abandon me without a second thought. Following them is the real danger. I'd rather stay with you." Hearing her words, and seeing the zombies closing in, a trace of anger slowly rose in Liu Xiao's heart. Jade looked at him with sad eyes and softly called, "Leo." At this moment, as if having made a decision, Liu Xiao forcefully pushed the young man with glasses into the car and yelled, "Get lost. Get the hell out of my sight. You ungrateful bastards. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to save you." The teacher looked back at Liu Xiao and said guiltily, I'm sorry." With that, the old man drove away. The zombies, hearing the engine, immediately chased after them. This was the perfect opportunity. Liu Xiao immediately led Jade away from there. Before long, the two arrived at a convenience store, a place with plenty of supplies. Jade even went to the kitchen, cooked a hot bowl of noodles, and brought it up. "Here are the noodles." Inhaling the tempting aroma, Liu Xiao couldn't help but swallow. "That looks delicious." Jade replied a bit shyly. "The supermarket only had frozen stuff. I added some sausage and bacon. I'm not sure how it tastes." "Delicious. It's definitely delicious." As he spoke, Liu Xiao scooped some noodles into his bowl. "You've worked hard. You should sit and eat too. It's no trouble. You're my man. Of course, I have to take good care of you." As soon as he heard this, Liu Xiao, who had just put a mouthful of noodles in his mouth, immediately spat it all out. What do you mean? You're man. You shouldn't say things like that so casually. I'm serious. Didn't I make it clear? I'm repaying you for saving my life with my body." Seeing her like this, Liu Xiao stood up abruptly, looked straight into Jade's eyes, and said sincerely, "I didn't save you for that. I can't just watch someone die. And I don't expect you to repay me." "Leo, I understand that. But it's my own choice. Leo, I like you. I want to be your woman." With that, she closed her eyes and tilted her head up, signaling for a kiss. But this blockhead actually took a step back. Don't do that. Jay, please don't be like this." With that, he pushed Jade away. Feeling her, Jade's eyes welled with tears. She lowered her head and whispered, "Do you despise me?" Liu Xiao hurriedly waved his hands. "No, not at all. I don't despise you. Please don't cry." "Then why?" Jade asked, confused. Liu Xiao said in a low voice, "Actually, I already have someone I like." "Huh? Could it be Irisy? Is that why you protected her so fiercely in the library?" Liu Xiao immediately shook his head. "No, I protected her because she always protected me in the past. I see her as my best friend. But it's not romantic." "Then, who is it?" Seeing her press so hard, Liu Xiao replied sheepishly, "It's Serena Chen." Hearing this, Jade was incredibly shocked. "What? That rising star is your girlfriend?" The question made Liu Xiao even more flustered. "I'm just a poor guy. How could she be my girlfriend? It's just a one-sided crush." "What? I told you so." "Oh, I mean, you should have more confidence. What time is it to be distinguishing between rich and poor?" In the face of zombies, no amount of money is useful. Leo, I can tell you're no ordinary person. Heroes are born in chaotic times. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. At that time, never mind Serena Chen. There will be plenty of girls flocking to you. Seeing her praise him so highly, Liu Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't joke like that. You make it sound like the ancient imperial harem. But Jade said seriously, I'm telling the truth. After what happened in the library, I've come to understand that in these times, strength is everything. If a woman wants to survive, she can only rely on a man. Otherwise, even if she escapes the zombies, she'll be bullied by others. So, she paused for a moment before continuing. Unless you chase me away, I am determined to stick with you. Even if I can't be your girlfriend, I'm willing to be your maid. I'll do your laundry, cook your meals, and take care of you. As long as you let me stay by your side, I'll be content. Okay? The intimate contact made Liu Xiao's face flush red as a beet again. You're getting carried away. Even if you don't do those things for me, I'll still protect you. Hearing him say that, Jade's eyes lit up and she asked again, Really? She stood on her toes and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Then Jade said, Leo is the best. Ah, why do you kiss me whenever you feel like it? That's not what I meant. All right, it's just a kiss. What are you so scared of? Oh, you've got a nosebleed. Your expression is so cute. After some more teasing, Liu Xiao took Jade down to the supermarket's underground parking garage, pulled open the shutter, and they went inside. Inside was a row of expensive cars parked closely together. Seeing this, Liu Xiao was stunned, silently marveling at the supermarket owner's wealth to own so many cars. Standing beside him, Jade laughed and teased. Maybe he's a relative of the school principal. Her eyes landed on a sky blue car. Jade spoke up. Leo, let's take that VinFast Lux. It's spacious and comfortable inside. Plus, its performance is stable, and its engine is better than many other cars. Liu Xiao heard this and turned to look at her curiously. Ow, you know a lot about cars. Jade immediately replied with pride. Of course, I'm a huge VinFast fan. And so, the two quickly drove the car out onto the main road. The car's speed increased rapidly. Inside the car, Liu Xiao sat anxiously in the passenger seat, while the driver was. Of course, Jade. She was as happy as a child with candy, her face filled with excitement. This feels amazing. This car is so awesome. Seeing her excitement, Liu Xiao couldn't help but murmur. I never thought that beneath your gentle exterior, you were such a supercar fanatic. Hearing this, Jade smiled even more brightly. Of course. My dream was to drive a VinFast Lux just once in my life. I can't believe my wish came true today. It's so exhilarating. After the excitement passed, she suddenly remembered something important and asked, But that base you mentioned, which way do we go to get there? This. Let me check the map. Liu Xiao replied as he opened the map. The TV signal had been too poor, and the connection was lost before he could hear the specific address. While the two were still carefully studying the map, three figures suddenly appeared, blocking the middle of the road ahead. Jade frantically slammed on the brakes. The car swerved violently twice on the wide road. Luckily, it managed to stop right in front of the three people. Before them was a blonde girl accompanied by a green-haired guy and a red-haired guy. As soon as the car stopped, the blonde girl urgently pleaded, Handsome, please open the door and let us in. We barely escaped. If you don't let us in the car, we're dead for sure. You can't be so heartless as to watch us get eaten by zombies, right? Though, not fully understanding the situation, Liu Xiao and Jade eventually let the three newcomers into the car. And so, the car continued on its way. Not long after settling in, the blonde girl proactively started a conversation with a fawning smile. Whoa, that was dangerous. Lucky we ran into you too. Hey handsome, where are you guys heading? There are zombies everywhere outside. We better not dodge into a dead end. Hearing her tone, Liu Xiao's expression hardened, and he asked back, You still haven't answered my question. Who are you people? Why'd you show up on the highway? The blonde girl hesitated for a moment, then smoothly fabricated a story. This? The three of us are a family. The red-haired one is my boyfriend, and he's my younger brother. We were just going for a drive, but we ran into the zombie outbreak. We barely managed to drive to this highway, but unfortunately, our car broke down. It was chaotic, so we could only hide in the car, just scared to come out. It wasn't until we saw your car that we dared to run out and call for help. After finishing, she glanced back and forth between the two and asked probing lie. And you two are a couple, right? Hearing this, Jade's heart bloomed with joy. She turned her head and replied with a smile. This big sister really has a good eye. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao, on the side, furfully reminded her, watch the rear. The blonde girl seemed unconcerned and continued to probe in a low voice. You do look so young, and your clothes don't look like you're from a rich family. How did you get this car? You didn't steal it, did you? Just mind your own business. Her gaze then landed on the backpack, and she spoke again in a fake, friendly tone. Oh, a backpack. Young man, do you have food in your bag? We haven't eaten in a whole day. Can you give us some? I won't take it for free. I'll trade my watch for it. It's a famous brand. Very valuable. Liu Zhao, hearing this, replied faintly. At a time like this, who cares about money? I can give you some food. You can keep the watch. With that, he took out 3 sausages from his backpack and handed them over. Seeing such a small amount of food, the green-haired guy immediately showed his displeasure. Hey, don't be so stingy. This isn't enough. Your bag is so big. What's the harm in giving a little more? Hearing that, Jade became slightly annoyed. She replied coldly, You make it sound so easy. Do you have any idea how precious supplies are right now? We're worried we don't have enough ourselves. And you dare to complain? If you're not satisfied, you can go back on your own. The green-haired guy's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and growled. Say that again. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, the blonde girl quickly tried to mediate. All right now, the young lady has a point. They've given us food. We should be grateful, not complaining. Let's just eat. Liu Xiao watched the reactions of this group through the rear-view mirror, his brow furrowing slightly as he silently observed their every move. But at that very moment, Jade suddenly shouted, Leo, look. He followed her gaze and saw an overturned car lying in front of them. A few zombies were shambling around it. As their car passed by, everyone inside instinctively looked back. Liu Xiao glanced over and recognized that the zombies looked very familiar. The blonde girl, however, immediately grimaced in disgust. So disgusting. As the car drove past, the zombies heard the noise and slowly shuffled after it. After they had gone some distance, Jade asked in a low voice, Was that the car of the teacher from before? Liu Xiao nodded lightly. He looked behind them and calmly deduced. It seems they encountered zombies while driving, and the chaotic situation led to the car flipping. Hearing this, Jade immediately snorted. Serves them right. That's what they get for being ungrateful. Karma. Meanwhile, the 3 people in the back, who had been silent, suddenly exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The blonde girl leaned forward, smiling. Young man, the city is right ahead. The city is densely populated, so there must be a lot of zombies. Should we take a different road? Liu Xiao glanced at the 3 of them, a thoughtful look in his eyes. After about 3 seconds, he nodded slightly and said, You have a point. How about this? I don't see any zombies around here. Since we're not going the same way anyway, we'll pull over here, and the 3 of you can get out. As he spoke, his hand unconsciously moved down, wanting to grab his fire axe. However, before he could grasp his axe, the green-haired guy suddenly pulled out a gun, pointed it straight at his head, and yelled, Kid, if you want to live, do as we say. Otherwise, I'll blow your brains out. Jade screamed upon seeing this, causing the car to swerve slightly. The blonde girl laughed as if to soothe her. Little sister, no need to be so tense. Liu Xiao suppressed his anger and asked what he most wanted to know. Who are you people? The blonde girl still maintained her fake expression and replied, We're not bad people. We just want to get some food. Out of consideration for you to saving us. Just leave the car and the food, and we'll spare your lives. At this point, the red-haired guy sitting next to him chimed in. I advise you to listen obediently. Her little brother over there is a bad temper. He's already killed 3 people. When he gets angry, no one can stop him. The green-haired guy seemed to have lost all patience. He cocked the gun and yelled, "Why waste words on that? Let's just shoot them." The blonde girl immediately smacked him and scolded, "Shut up, you idiot. What if you attract zombies?" After disciplining her stupid brother, she turned back to Jay, her voice deceptively sweet. "Little sister, you see? If you don't want your boyfriend's brains splattered all over, you'd better pull the car over to the side of the road." The blue car continued to speed down the road. It didn't slow down for a second. At that moment, Jade was extremely anxious, her mind a tangled mess. If they lost the car, they would surely be caught by the zombies. But if she didn't do as they said, Leo would die. She anxiously wondered what she should do. Just then, Leo accepted the robber's demand. "Fine, we'll get out of the car, but you have to keep your word." The woman in the group smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry. In our line of work, the one thing we hate is breaking promises. I won't lie to you two." After hearing her, Leo immediately said, "Jay, stop the car." Hearing him, Jade slammed on the brakes, stopping the car on a desolate, empty stretch of road. Leo and Jade slowly got out of the car. But just as the two were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped. "Wait," the young punk ordered Leo. "You can go. The girl stays here." The demand scared Jade so much her face turned pale. The red-haired guy in the car heard this and yelled, "Are you crazy? Why keep her?" But the young punk immediately retorted, "How would you understand? You have my sister, so you have nothing to worry about. Only a single guy like me suffers." He looked at Jade with ill intentions, clearly planning to keep her for his amusement. "This girl isn't bad looking. It would be a waste to let her go. Having her entertain me on the road would be nice." The situation made Jade so scared that her whole body trembled. She stammered, Leo." Leo was silent for a moment. Then, he decisively took her hand and turned to leave. This action enraged the young punk. He jumped out of the car and roared, "Damn it, you bastard. You dare to ignore me." He pointed the gun straight at him and yelled, "I think you're tired of living." However, before he had a chance to shoot, Leo struck first. He directly chopped off the hand holding the gun. The sight stunned the young punk, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Leo was radiating a murderous aura. A moment later, the young punk screamed in agony, "My hand! My hand!" Without a shred of pity, Leo coldly asked back, "Who was it you said you wanted to shoot?" Seeing her brother injured, the woman in the group, without knowing her own limits, charged forward. "You dare hurt my brother? You're tired of living." Her red-haired boyfriend also immediately showed his support by pulling out his own gun. Just a weakling. The dangerous scene made Jake cry out, "Leo, be careful." But Leo remained incredibly calm. He struck the red-haired guy, sending him sprawling backward. Then, he calmly bent down and picked up the gun. He then pulled the trigger, shooting the knife out of the female robber's hand. The gunshot echoed loudly in the quiet space. Only now was she truly scared to the point of tears. Leo, on the other hand, was surprised by his own abilities since injecting the evolution virus. All his senses had become much sharper, and his movements were more fluid. Is this the effect of evolution? Knowing she was no match for him, the woman quickly knelt down and begged, "Big brother, we were wrong. Please don't kill us. We were forced to do this. It's not a crime worthy of death, right?" Her brother, on the ground, just moaned in pain. "Sis, it hurts so much." To her excuses, Leo just said contemptuously, "You want to live, so you force others to die. That sounds very reasonable, doesn't it?" The woman, ignoring the scorn in his words, continued to justify herself. "What else could I do? I'm just a woman." She even pinned all the blame on her boyfriend who had just been dealt with by Leo. "We were good people, but we were forced by that man to do this kind of work. Now that he's dead, we're free." She even added, "As long as you agree to spare us, I'll do whatever you want." Seeing how shameless this woman was, Jade showed clear disgust. "You can even say something like that? I've never met anyone so thick-skinned." Suddenly, Leo asked, "Anything?" Hearing him ask, the woman immediately thought she had a chance and quickly replied, "Of course, anything." Not only that, she even deliberately pressed herself against him and said seductively, "Your little girlfriend is young. She definitely doesn't have any experience. Woman needs a little experience. From now on, let your big sister here serve you. I'll definitely satisfy you. Unexpectedly, Leo just smiled faintly and said, All right, I won't kill you too. This statement surprised Jade, who blurted out, Leo. He didn't let her continue, adding, But I don't need you to do anything for me. He walked over, took Jade's hand, and then calmly said, The gunshot just now will definitely attract zombies. He led her back to the car, his expression as if nothing had happened, and directly pronounced their death sentence. You can just stay here and wait for them. Enjoy the fun you never asked for. Hearing this, the female robber's face went deathly pale. She stammered, WA. But before she could react, the car had already revved its engine and sped away. Just then, a noise from behind made her jump and turn her head. It was none other than a horde of zombies charging straight towards them. Among them was even the teacher from before. The sight made the woman scream in terror. And so, on the highway, only the desperate screams of the brother and sister remained. As for Leo, while in the car, he noticed Jade trembling violently, so he asked her worriedly, Were you scared just now? Then, he shared his thoughts. If I could, I wouldn't want to kill anyone either. But if I hadn't acted just now, the ones who died would have been us. He also gently encouraged her. I know you're scared, but things like this will definitely happen again. So Jade, you need to be a little braver. Jade replied softly. Leo, I understand. It's just that I'm not used to it yet. The zombies scare me, but those people just now made me feel sick. They deserve to die. You did the right thing. She even forced a smile and promised, Leo, don't worry. I'll be strong. I definitely won't hold you back. Seeing her trying so hard to adapt, Leo could only respond with a word of encouragement. Yeah, actually, what scared Jade wasn't him. Leo, I'm not scared because I saw you kill someone. What she was truly afraid of was something else. It was because she remembered the time they were wrapped in the library. Back then, everyone only cared about themselves. She remembered her own weak and helpless state in the library. A weak person like me could only watch as person after person abandoned me. Not a single one looked back. I could only die alone. Therefore, to prevent that past from ever repeating, she silently made a vow in her heart. I will definitely grow stronger. I will become important to you. So you can't leave me. Only then can I survive. With that thought, Jade pressed harder on the gas pedal. A moment later, she called out, Leo, look. In front of them were countless abandoned cars, strewn all over the place. Leo immediately got out to check the situation and said, It looks like there was a major traffic jam here. The road ahead is probably blocked too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned their cars and run. Then he suggested, Luckily, the city is right in front of us. Let's walk there. Without hesitation, he took Jade's hand and they began to walk past the abandoned cars. While walking, Jade asked worriedly, Leo, the atmosphere here is strange. Not even a person, let alone a zombie. Could there be ghosts? Hearing this, Leo immediately teased her. Really? I'd rather meet a ghost. He continued, Don't you think that compared to zombies that only know how to bite, ghosts are much cuter? Being teased like that, Jade replied angrily, That's enough. Both are terrifying. Okay? Just as she finished speaking, a sound suddenly came out, scaring her so much her face turned pale. Almost instantly, she clung to Leo and screamed, "I ghost." But it turned out to be nothing of the sort, just a cat that happened to be passing by. Startled by her scream, it turned its head to look. After realizing there was no danger, the cat immediately dashed away, leaving Jade still pale with fear, saying, You scared me to death." Leo was also startled by her, his face changing color. He said, "You scared me to death too." Just then, he suddenly noticed something. Seeing Leo's focused gaze ahead, Jade asked, "What's wrong?" He quickly replied, "I hear the sound of zombies." Immediately, he pulled her to a safe spot. Leo's eyes remained fixed ahead as he said, "And it's not just one. It's a whole horde." This made Jade a bit panicked. She exclaimed, "Don't scare me. I don't hear anything. Besides, it's so empty around here. If there were zombies, why can't we see them?" Not wanting to waste any more time, He pulled her hand and walked forward. Follow me. The reason he was so sure was, my intuition is very sharp now. I can't be wrong. It's just up ahead. He also asserted, to attract so many zombies, there must be survivors there. Chapter 12. In the city, a horde of zombies was crowded in front of a supermarket. They were frantically trying to break in. The people trapped inside were also frantically trying to stop. We can't hold them off much longer. Quick, bring more shells over here. We can't let them get in. From a distance, Leo and Jade quietly observed the situation. Jade couldn't help but exclaim, so many zombies. It's terrifying. Leo quickly found a good vantage point and said, there's a shop over there. From there, we might be able to see the situation inside. A short while later, the supermarket entrance was completely blocked, with no gaps left. At this time, a weak little sister asked, Big brother, I feel so sick. Am I going to die? Hellion Lee's eyes were red as he awkwardly comforted the little girl. No, nothing will happen to you. Once we get out of here, I'll take you to a doctor. The doctor will definitely cure you. An old man, seeing the little sister had been bitten, confronted Hellion Lee. Hey, your sister has been bitten by a zombie. Why are you still holding her? Are you trying to get us all killed? The others heard this and immediately chimed in, ignoring Hellion Lee's heartbroken cries. That's right. If you wanted to go with her, fine. But don't drag us down with you. From their high vantage point, Leo and Jade continued to watch everything unfold below. Seeing that Hellion Lee still wouldn't let go of his little sister, Lan stepped forward to challenge him. Hellion Lee, are you sick? What time is it for you to be holding on to that girl? Are you waiting for her to turn into a zombie and bite you to death? Seeing her cold heartedness, Hellion Lee angrily retorted. Lan, how can you say that? She's my own sister. His words were immediately met with fierce opposition from the wolf-hearted people around them. So what if she's your sister? Who here hasn't lost a loved one? That's right. I watched my parents get eaten by zombies. My own sister was bitten alive. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been bitten too. Seeing everyone on her side, Lan became even more emboldened, pressuring Hellion to deal with his little sister. Did you hear that? Hurry up and chop her head off before it's too late. Her heartlessness made Hellion roar in fury. How can you be so cruel? She was bitten because she was saving you. He cried out for justice for his little sister. From the first time she met you, she adored you, always saw you as her future sister-in-law. Just now, when she saw a zombie about to bite you, she rushed out to protect you without a second thought. How can you say such heartless things? However, all he received in return was Lan's contempt. Become my sister-in-law? Is she worthy? She said with a disgusted look. Crazy. Doesn't even look at his own poor and shabby appearance. If it weren't for hearing that you guys would be given some land, I would never have been with you. A toad trying to eat a swan's flesh. She then shamelessly denied all responsibility. Let me be clear. She saved me of her own free will. Getting bitten by a zombie has nothing to do with me. I don't owe you to anything. From this moment on, I have no relationship with you too. Stop clinging to me. Her shamelessness left Hellion Lee so angry he was speechless, only managing to sputter. You. Just then, the little sister softly advised him. Big brother, don't worry about me anymore. Let them do it. I don't want to become an ugly zombie. Seeing her agree to die, Lan immediately shouted. Everyone, look, even she herself said it. If we hesitate now, it'll be too late. The crowd, upon hearing this, immediately rushed forward. She's right. Let's help her find release. Get out of the way. If you keep clinging to her, we'll beat you to death. Seeing them about to attack his little sister, Hellion Lee gritted his teeth and warned. Whoever dares to touch my sister, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, a red-haired guy charged forward, intending to strike the reckless Hellion Lee. But, before he could do anything, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. He was thrown hard to the ground. The sight scared everyone. Lan, at this moment, shamelessly reminded them. Everyone, be careful. He's on the martial arts team. His kung fu is very good. You two are no match for him. The bald old man heard the son shout. Let's all go at him together. From above, witnessing the scene, Jade said angrily. That woman is so despicable. Someone got hurt because of her, and she acts like nothing happened. And these people too. Not an ounce of sympathy. Selfish and self-serving. Not a single good person among them. She then turned to persuade him. Leo, you don't need to risk yourself for these people. Let's go. But Leo just gave a sly smile and said, You're right. We don't need to save those people. Except for what? His words made Jade immediately understand. You mean? That brother? But she still argued. I can understand his feelings. But his sister has been bitten. If he keeps holding on, she'll just turn into a zombie. Isn't it selfish to let so many others die for the sake of his sister? Hearing this, he explained. The others are selfish for themselves, but he is protecting his family. This confused her. What's the difference? Leo watched Helly and Lee fighting to protect his sister and said calmly. A person like him, although stubborn, is very loyal. He would sacrifice his own life for his family. He is someone worth having as a comrade. The last word in Leo's sentence startled Jade, who asked, Comrade? Leo, what do you mean? Leo replied calmly. This world has changed. In the current situation, we're not just facing zombies. Then he revealed the plan he had already prepared for her. To protect the most important people, we need to work together. I can't do it alone. That's why I've been actively looking for survivors, hoping to find talented people among them to build my own team. This is what I want to do. His words also explained his previous actions of saving people. Leo, when I saw you saving people at school, and then letting those 3 in the car, I thought you were just being kind. It turns out you had a plan all along. Below, Hallie and Lee had been restrained but was still struggling fiercely. Damn it. Let me go. He roared at the people trying to harm his sister. Whoever touches my sister, I'll kill them. One of them took advantage of him being held and punched him, arrogantly saying, Still talking tough when you're about to die. He brazenly declared, I'll chop off your sister's head, and then I'll send you to join her. With that, he walked straight towards the little sister. At that moment, the little sister could only weakly call out, Big brother. At the same time, a series of roars echoed, cheering on the cowardly red-haired guy. Kill her, they chanted in unison. Kill her. Hurry up and kill her. Seeing this, Helly and Lee immediately pleaded loudly. No, don't hurt my sister. Despite his desperate pleas, the red-haired guy was still determined to strike the little sister. I'm begging you. But before he could, the glass window above was shattered. The violent sound stunned everyone, and the one who broke it was none other than Leo. He remarked, It's quite lively here. The appearance of the two caused an immediate uproar among the people below. There's someone alive. They must be here to save us. We're surrounded by zombies. Get us out of here. Before the crowd could rejoice, Leo cut them off loudly. Wait a minute, he said coolly. There are too many of you. I can only save one person. That declaration left the crowd below stunned. One person? Immediately, the bald man spoke up, begging to be saved and promising a lot of money. Kid, save me. I'm the CEO of a large corporation. I have a lot of money to reward you. Lan also quickly interjected, pleading, Save me. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. Of course, the old man wasn't about to let her take his spot. He sneered loudly. What's the use of a young person like you living? You're useless to society. You're just a waste of space. The woman wouldn't back down and yelled back. Who are you calling a waste of space? You fat, ugly old man. You were just groping me. And now you dare to criticize me? You're the real trash. The two argued back and forth, to the point where even Jade and Leo above were helpless. Who touched you? It was just an accident. You dare deny it, you old lecher? To save time, Leo directly called out to the person he was looking for. Hey, he asked seriously, your name is Hellion Lee, right? Then he made a direct offer. Do you want to take your sister and come with me? This statement left everyone, including Lan and the old man who were arguing, speechless. Hellion Lee asked blankly, Why do you want to save me? Suddenly, one of the men jumped out and questioned Leo. Are you crazy? His sister has been bitten by a zombie. She's about to turn. Aren't you afraid of getting infected? Leo replied nonchalantly. I know. I'm not afraid. There are plenty of zombies outside. We're not short on them. His actions made Jade silently wonder. What is he doing? Is he crazy or not? Seeing that dragging this out was pointless, he asked again. So? Helly and Lee, are you coming or not? Without any hesitation, Helly and Lee immediately accepted. I'll go with you. Right after, Leo took out a rope, not forgetting to remind the people below. I'll remind you all. After I save these two, I'll leave the rope here for you. He even gave them a piece of advice. But whether you dare to go out or not is up to you. At this moment, seeing that Helly and Lee was about to escape, Lan quickly pleaded, Helly-Ann, please take me with you. With tears in her eyes, she tried her best to justify her earlier words. I was scared by the zombies just now, so I was talking nonsense. You know I love your sister. How could I bear to see her die? The woman desperately clung to the last bit of pity. Helly-Ann, I love you. We were going to get married, right? At this point, Helly and Lee had completely lost hope and replied, Love me? The only thing you love is my money. Didn't our relationship end the moment you demanded my sister's death? He carried his little sister and left, leaving Lan behind. Save yourself. Abandoned. The woman screamed in anger. Helly and Lee, you bastard! How dare you do this to me? Outside, Jade managed to catch the little sister in time, while Leo, beside them, instructed, Easy does it. He then kindly extended his hand to help Helly and Lee. Come on. However, he coldly jumped down on his own and said, I can do it myself. That attitude made Leo exclaim, Quite the character. Suddenly, the little sister coughed up blood. This made Helly and Lee panic and hold her, calling out, Sister! Leo looked at the pool of blood she had just vomited and said, Black blood. It means she's infected with the virus. She'll turn very soon. Jade heard this and panicked, blurting out, What do we do? It'll be very dangerous to bring her with us. Her words immediately caught Helly and Lee's attention. Chapter 13. Helly and Lee held his little sister in his arms and said grimly, Don't worry. I won't be a burden to you two. I'll take her and leave. But Leo wouldn't let him leave just like that. That won't do. I went through a lot of trouble to get you out of there. You want to leave without even a word of thanks? That's quite heartless. The question hit a nerve, making Helly and Lee hesitate. Besides, there are zombies everywhere now. How are you going to escape with her? Helly and Lee fell silent, considering for a long time. Just then, Leo made an offer. Come with us. Let's get out of here first. Find a safe place, and then figure things out. Seeing no better option, Helly and Lee could only accept. Alright. A while later, in an abandoned warehouse, the little sister moaned in pain. Big brother. I feel so sick. Seeing her like this, Helly and Lee held her tightly in his arms and comforted her. You have to hang in there. We're in a safe place now. I'll definitely take you to a hospital for treatment. Hearing these words, Jade found it ridiculous and said, Stop deceiving yourself. If doctors had a cure, would there be so many zombies outside? Why do you need to give her false hope? Leo heard her and interjected. Jade, don't say that. Helly and Lee, at this point, was still stubbornly insisting. My sister will be fine. But Jade was adamant. Keep dreaming. Leo also felt a bit of pity for the little sister. She's so pitiful. So young and having to endure this suffering. If I still had the evolution virus, I could have saved her. What a shame. Just as he thought that, he suddenly stood up. Then he said grimly, If you don't want her to suffer anymore, I have a way. Hearing Leo say he had a way to save his sister, Helly and Lee quickly asked, What way? Leo held out his axe and said, Help her end this. Release her from her misery. Seeing that he intended to kill his sister, Helly and Lee's face immediately turned pale. He then hugged his sister and yelled, You're just like them. You all want her to die. Yelling and crying, he declared resolutely, Let me tell you, even if she turns into a zombie, I won't let anyone hurt her. If you want to harm her, you'll have to go through me first. Jade, seeing his stubbornness, tried to reason with him. This is the only way. Why can't you understand? Just then, the little sister's weak voice was heard. Big brother. Big brother. She whispered to Helly and Lee. They are good people. Don't argue anymore. Her weakness made Helly and Lee go out in pain. Lily, at this moment, used her last bit of strength to say, Big brother is right. I don't want to become a zombie after I die. If I have to bite people like a zombie, it would be more painful than death. Knowing she wouldn't make it, she shed tears and pleaded, Big brother, please help me. Realizing he couldn't save his sister, Hallie and Lee roared in pain. It's because I'm useless. I failed to protect you. Suddenly, Lily turned to look at Leo and softly pleaded. Big brother, can I ask you for a favor? She said gently. My brother may seem fierce, but he's a good person. He's just a bit foolish and impulsive, often getting into fights for no reason, which has caused him a lot of pain. Using her last bit of strength, she left her final wish for Leo. I used to be the one who stopped him. Now that I won't be here anymore, can you help me look after him? Leo, of course, did not refuse, even affirming, don't worry. I will help you keep an eye on him. I won't let him do anything foolish. Next, Lily turned to instruct Hallie and Lee. Big brother, Lan Lan doesn't like you, but don't be sad. There will definitely be another girl who likes you. You once said that after you get married, you'd take our whole family on a trip. I really want to go, but I can't now. Promise me that when you have a girlfriend in the future, you'll definitely take her on a trip. Okay? I'll be watching over you two from heaven. In that moment, Hallie and Lee could only helplessly accept everything she said. Okay, I promise. To make sure he wouldn't break his promise, she held up her pinky and said, Pinky swear. He replied through tears. Okay, pinky swear. The two of them made a pinky promise. Then, Lily contentedly took her last breath. Hallie and Lee gritted his teeth in pain and called out, Lily! He screamed her name in despair. Lily. Suddenly, her body convulsed. The sight made Hallie and Lee ask in panic. Lily, what's wrong with you? Jade, knowing what was about to happen, quickly said, Not good. She's turning into a zombie. Immediately, Leo handed the axe to Hallie and Lee and urged him. Don't hesitate. Do you want to see your sister become the very thing she hated most? At this point, Lily had already turned into a zombie. Hallie and Lee hesitated for a long time, refusing to take the axe. Suddenly, he threw it away. Then he roared helplessly as Lily lunged towards him. I can't do it. She's the sister I love most. The sight horrified Leo and Jade. In a flash, Leo knocked Lily unconscious. Everything happened so fast that Hallie and Lee was stunned. As for Leo, he said helplessly, Sorry. A while later, they cremated Lily. They all stood silently before the fire. Hallie and Lee held Lily's hair clip in his hand, thinking to himself, Rest assured, I will live well. I swear that when the apocalypse is over, I will take you on a trip around the world to fulfill your wish. Then he asked Leo, Is it really possible? He looked at Leo and said, To follow you too. Leo smiled and replied, Of course. Isn't that your sister's wish? With that, he extended his hand, wanting to cooperate and befriend Hallie and Lee. Nice to meet you. Hallie and Lee was silent for a moment, then finally reached out and shook his hand. Time passed, and night fell at an abandoned hotel. Jade opened a room there unsuggested with satisfaction. This place isn't bad. Let's stay here tonight. This place had everything she needed. All amenities were available. The bathroom was also very clean, and they could even take a shower. As she and Leo entered, he noticed Hallie and Lee hadn't come in yet, so he urged him, Don't just stand there. Come on in. After coming inside, he asked awkwardly, I still don't know your names. Leo casually introduced them. We're students from the Central Commerce Academy. My name is Leo Zhao. And she's Jade. Jade also politely greeted him. Hello. At this point, Leo smiled and said, I'm a year older than you. You can call me Leo or Brother Leo, whichever you prefer. Suddenly, Jade suggested, What about you? Tell us your story. Her curiosity made Leo helpless. I'm very curious how you got involved with that Lan Lan. You're so naive, and she doesn't seem like an easy person. You're not a good match at all. How did you two become a couple? Hallie and Lee didn't hide anything and recounted his Lily's background. I grew up in the countryside. My parents died early, leaving just the two of us. Because I know a little martial arts, I got a job as a martial arts instructor to earn some money to raise my sister. He also added the reason why he got to know Lan Lan. As for Lan Lan, she was introduced to me by a relative. I was also curious why such a beautiful girl would want to be with me. It wasn't until today that I found out the real reason. He also explained while Illy was bitten by a zombie. Today, the three of us went to the park. Who knew we'd run into the zombie outbreak? While we were running, Lan Lan fell. My sister, wanting to protect her, was bitten. After that, we joined the group from before and ran into the supermarket. You know the rest. Hearing this, Jade was indignant. That's disgusting. And she dared to say your sister getting hurt had nothing to do with her. A vicious woman like that deserves to be eaten by zombies. She then comforted Helly and Lee. Don't worry. You're not bad looking, and with your martial arts skills, you'll definitely find a good girl in the future. The comforting words made Helly and Lee blush with embarrassment. As for her, she hugged Leo and declared, but it definitely won't be me. I'm already taken. That action made Leo only able to exclaim helplessly. Again with this. Just at that moment, he heard a sound. There's a noise. His warning left Helly and Lee and Jade confused. As for him, he quietly cracked open the door. Zombies had appeared in the hallway. Chapter 14. The zombies in the hallway made Jade ask in fear, why are there zombies here? Helly and Lee was also confused. We checked this hotel very carefully just now. The iron gate was pulled shut. How did they get in? Leo remained calm and coolly replied, they might have been hiding in one of the rooms, so we didn't notice them. Luckily, there aren't too many. He then proposed to Helly and Lee, let's go out and deal with them. We can only sleep well after they're gone. His words made him exclaim in shock. What? His face turned pale, and he stammered. Are you kidding? Jade, from behind, could only cheer. Good luck. A moment later, the two men walked out with weapons. Leo smiled and instructed. Don't say I don't take care of you. Since this is your first time, I'll handle the males. The females are all yours. This instruction immediately pricked Helly and Lee's pride. He was about to say, I don't need your help. But before he could finish, the zombies had already spotted them. They all charged forward. Saying this, Leo yelled, get ready, without any mercy. He easily dispatched one of them. Just then, he saw the system add a point for him, which surprised him. Gained 1 point. This surprise made him even more excited, and he started hacking away at the zombies with more vigor. So I can see the number of points added. It's like playing a game. This is great! And this feeling after evolving is amazing. It's like my body has an endless supply of strength. As for Helly and Lee, he looked like he was struggling greatly against the zombies. Just as he was about to swing his club, he saw a female zombie that looked like Lily. Immediately, he froze and called out in shock. Willie. The female zombie pushed him to the floor. But luckily, he was quick enough to grab her by the throat to prevent himself from being bitten. His other hand held her hand tightly. The loud noise from Helly and Lee's side caught Leo's attention. He urged, Idiot. Just holding her off is useless. Fight back. But at this point, Helly and Lee was entangled with the female zombie and couldn't do anything. This created an opportunity for other zombies to attack him. The sight made Jade scream in horror. Be careful. She reflexively threw something at the zombie. But, unfortunately, the zombie dodged it. The consequence of that throw was that several zombies noticed her, which made her freeze for a moment. The woman quickly slammed the door shut and screamed for help. Oh my god. Leo. Save me. Leo saw Helly and Lee hesitating and not fighting back. He roared in anger. Helly and Lee. What the hell are you doing? Fight back. But Helly and Lee still insisted. I can't bring myself to do it. So, the task of dealing with the remaining zombies fell to Leo. He single-handed action cleared out the entire horde. Not a single one survived his hand. At this point, Jade, seeing that he still wasn't helping Helly and Lee, quickly tried to persuade him. Leo, he's about to be overwhelmed. Go help him. But he refused, saying, I thought he had some skill. I didn't expect him to be this useless. Can't even kill one zombie. What's the use of keeping him around? The cold words went straight to Helly and Lee's ears. Let's go. Let's go to sleep. The kind-hearted Jade continued to persuade Leo. If you don't help him, he'll really be bitten by the zombie. Of course, Leo still ignored her. That's even better, isn't it? That way, he can see his sister again. But I guess his sister doesn't want to see her brother so soon. Those words seemed to spur Helly and Lee on. He threw a powerful punch, sending the female zombie flying. Just that one punch was enough to send her sprawling to the ground. The loud noise made Jade and Leo both turn their heads to look. At that moment, the female zombie still wanted to lunge forward. In that instant, Helian Lee grabbed a wooden plank from the floor. He smashed it straight into the female zombie's head. Anger made him roar. He then continuously punched the female zombie's body with his bare hands. By now, she had been beaten to death by him. But he, as if in a frenzy, refused to stop. Each of his punches landed with immense force. The scene made Leo praise him. What a powerful punch! To be able to kill a zombie with just one punch. He really has skill. He then went over to stop Helian Lee. Alright, stop hitting her. She's already dead. But Helian Lee seemed to have lost his mind and wanted to attack him as well. Luckily, he easily caught his fist. He then angrily questioned, "Are you crazy? You want to hit your own people too?" Helian Lee heard this and yelled, "You stood by unwatched just now. What do you mean? Your own people?" That statement made Leo coldly push his hand away and say, "If I had stood by and watched, you would have been dead long ago. Would you still be standing here talking to me?" His meaningful words made him freeze for a moment. As for him, he emphasized grimly, "Helian Lee, listen closely. I saved you because I was looking for a comrade who could fight alongside me, not a useless person who can't even protect himself." Being called useless by Leo, Helian Lee immediately wanted to explain. "I'm not useless. I was just..." But before he could finish, Leo cut him off. After a person turns into a zombie, they lose their mind. They won't stop biting you just because you show them mercy. He then explained why he hadn't saved him earlier. "I didn't help just now because I hoped you could overcome the barrier in your heart. If you see a zombie and are reminded of your sister, you'll never be able to strike. The result will be the same as just now. Not only will you put yourself in danger, but you'll also endanger those around you." Hearing this, Jade also stepped up to advise Helian Lee. "Leo is right. Don't forget that your sister was very worried about you. If you had been bitten to death by a zombie just now, how could you face her?" Realizing his mistake, Helian Lee apologized. "Brother Leo, I was too emotional just now and misunderstood you." Then, he sincerely bowed his head to thank Leo. "You saved my life today. And thanks to you, my sister was able to pass away peacefully. I owe you my thanks." Without any hesitation, he declared bluntly, "I, Helian Lee, am a person who always repays his debts. From today on, you are my big brother." He also promised, "Don't worry, I will work harder from now on. I won't be a burden to you." Seeing that Helian Lee had regained his composure, Leo replied with satisfaction, "That's more like it. Don't let your sister down." With determination, Helian Lee firmly stated. Okay, the next morning at the hotel where Leo was hiding, "I've rewritten it according to the request from the text you sent." On the TV screen, a news broadcast was playing. Base areas have been established. Each base is guarded by the military and is stocked with enough basic food supplies to accommodate 100 people. The following are the locations of the rescue bases. We urge everyone to move in that direction as quickly as possible. The news made Helian Lee exclaim with joy, "This is great. The country has set up rescue bases. Once we get there, we'll be safe." Jade also couldn't hide her happiness and added, "That's right. Base No. 6 is being built in Yuzhou, and according to the direction Leo pointed out, that's where we're heading." But when she saw Leo's thoughtful expression, she immediately became anxious and asked, "Leo, why do you look so unhappy?" Leo, with a sharp look in his eyes, said, "I was thinking this simply before. Now I see that the situation is very dangerous." His words made Jade somewhat confused, and she exclaimed, "Dangerous?" Then he asked a question. "Let me ask you, what is the population of Yuzhou?" She answered honestly, "About 100 million people." After hearing the answer, Leo began to analyze and then asked his two companions. Yuzhou has about 100 million people. Even if only 1/10 of the population survived, that's still about 10 million people. But this entire Yuzhou region only has one base, and it could only hold 100 people. Do you understand what this means? The question left both of them stunned, looking at each other. He calmly explained, "This base may sound like a place to protect survivors, but once the number of refugees exceeds the capacity, problems will arise immediately." According to his calculations, those who arrive first will quickly establish their own teams and power structures. It will be harder for those who arrive later, when the place can no longer accept more people. Chaos and conflict will surely erupt. And most importantly, he emphasized, the more people there are, the scarcer the resources will become. When conflict breaks out, neither the government nor the military will be able to do anything. Hearing this, Helly and Lee Furful remembered a story. My grandfather once told me that one year, there was a flood that blocked all the exits. Everyone was trapped inside. The whole village had nothing to eat. And in the end, they had to resort to cannibalism to survive. By the time the rescuers found them, the villagers had gone mad and were killing each other. Jay, frightened by their words, quickly asked, "Then, what should we do? Are we not going there anymore?" Leo answered firmly, "No." He believed, "We will still go there. After all, when Manhwa and the others hear the news, they will immediately go there too. But we shouldn't have too much hope for the space." To him, the most crucial thing in the apocalypse was, in a chaotic situation like this, there is nothing you can completely rely on. If you want to survive until the end, you can only rely on yourself. His words made Jade sink into deep thought. Even Helly and Lee couldn't help but ponder. Suddenly, a flash of light passed by his eyes. He immediately asked in surprise, to the amazement of Leo and Jay, "Where did that light come from?" Leo looked towards the source of the light and guessed, "It seems to be from the building across the street." Immediately after, he opened the window of his room and saw a figure in the building on the other side. In that building, when they saw Leo's figure, they immediately cheered with joy. "There's someone. There's really someone alive. They're looking over here." Leo opened the window to see where the light was coming from. As a result, he saw a group of people in the opposite building calling for help. "Save us. We're trapped." However, because the distance was too great, he could barely hear what they were saying. "What's the situation over there? It's too far. We can't hear anything." Just then, Helly and Lee suggested, "I know sign language. Let me try." Immediately, he stepped forward and started making hand gestures. "How many people?" His hands went down to indicate their side. Then his hands went up and down again as if asking, "What's the situation?" His movements, which looked more like a morning exercise routine, left the people in the other building stunned, wondering, "What is he doing? Sign language? I don't understand a thing." Jade was also completely helpless with Helly and Lee's exercise like sign language and asked, "Where did you learn this sign language? Why does it look like the exercise routine in the public square?" Helly and Lee laughed awkwardly and replied, "I learned it on TV. I think I remembered it wrong." At this point, Leo proposed, "Those must be survivors trapped in the apartment building across the street. We can't communicate like this. Let's go over there." In the building across the street, while the others were still trying to figure out how to contact Leo's group, they suddenly heard someone call out, "What are you all doing?" The person who spoke was Victor Ko, the general manager of Tianqi Company. A person holding binoculars near the window happily reported, "Director Ko, there are people across the street. We're talking to them. Maybe they can get us out of here." Hearing this, Victor was overjoyed, snatched the binoculars from the person's hand, and said urgently, "Really? Let me see." However, he couldn't see anyone over there. "Where? I don't see anyone." His words caused a stir among the people around him. No way. They were just there. It was 3 kids, about 20 years old. They looked like students from a school around here. Upon learning that the people on the other side were just students, he immediately showed his annoyance and said, "Students? What the hell? I thought it was the army." He was clearly disappointed. 3 students can't even protect themselves, let alone save us. I got my hopes up for nothing. Suddenly, a gentle voice rebuked Victor. "Everyone is trying their best to find a way out. Why are you blaming them?" It was a beautiful girl. She gently called out, "Director Ko." She was Crystal Dang, 24 years old, the chairwoman of the Tianqi group. Her appearance made everyone exclaim in surprise. "Chairwoman," seeing Crystal reprimand him, Victor lowered his head and apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry, Chairwoman. I was too hasty." But at the same time, he pointed out the urgent situation. "But we've been trapped here for 2 days. Everyone is starving. We can't keep going on like this. Why don't we send a few people downstairs to check? Maybe the zombies have left." As soon as he finished, the girl standing next to Crystal opened her mouth to mock him. "Director Ko, the one who's starving is you." That girl was Winnie Dong, 22 years old. a female secretary. She sternly reprimanded Victor. After the chairwoman distributed food to everyone, she made it clear that we had to conserve it. It's because you couldn't control yourself and ate all your food in less than half a day. Now, what right do you have to ask others to risk their lives for you? Being scolded in front of everyone, he angrily retorted, Wendy Dong, don't think you can throw your weight around just because you're the chairwoman's protege. When the chairwoman and the general manager are talking, a mere secretary like you has no place to interrupt. But unfortunately for him, Crystal stood up for Wendy. Wendy is right. Precisely because we are the company's senior management, we have a greater responsibility to protect the lives of our employees. We don't know the situation outside, so we shouldn't let them go out and take risks. Victor refused to back down and argued. But we can't just hide here forever. Crystal remained calm and said, in a situation like this, I believe the country will definitely have a solution, like organizing rescue operations for survivors. She gave a task to all the company employees. Everyone, try to see if there's any way to restore the network connection. If we can contact the outside world, we can call for the army to rescue us. That would be much safer than going out on our own. She also gently reassured everyone. We should have faith in the government. We must not lose hope. If we persevere, we will definitely be saved. Her words surprisingly made everyone agree. The chairwoman is right. We'll listen to the chairwoman. The universal approval made Victor even more unhappy. Just then, someone spoke up. Ms. Deng is right. The person's appearance made Crystal slightly surprised, and she called out, Mr. Yamada. He showed clear displeasure and said grimly, however, I must still lodge a protest with you. The reason he dared to have such an attitude towards Crystal was because he was Mr. Yamada, the chief research director of a Japanese game company. Mr. Yamada, full of authority, demanded, I came here to discuss a contract at your company's invitation. Who knew your country would have this kind of incident? I demand that you immediately come up with a plan to get me out of here safely. Otherwise, after I return to my country, I will definitely sue your company. Seeing him so angry, Crystal could only bow her head and apologize. Mr. Yamada, we sincerely hope to cooperate with your esteemed company, but we never expected to cause you such trouble. I am deeply sorry for this unforeseen event. At the same time, she clarified the current situation. But as you can see, it's not that we don't want to escort you back to your country, but none of us know how many zombies are out there. Going out will only be more dangerous. Based on that, she expressed her sincerity and helplessness. We are trying to find a solution. I hope you can wait a little longer. I assure you that once this is over, our company will compensate you for all your losses incurred during your visit. Hearing this, Mr. Yamada did not continue to make things difficult for her. I hope Ms. Deng will keep her word. She smiled and replied, of course. Then Crystal turned to instruct Victor. Director Ko, please escort Mr. Yamada back to his room to rest. He did not object and replied, yes. He politely invited Mr. Yamada. This way. Sir. But the man didn't even bother to look at him. Just grunted coldly. Seeing that the man had left, Crystal let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, the two women also turned and left. On the way, Wendy asked Crystal worriedly, Chairwoman, do you really think the army will send people to save us? Crystal sighed in reply, I'm not sure either. But at a time like this, the most important thing is unity. Only then can we stabilize morale. Her words made Wendy anxious. But the remaining food is only enough for 2 more days. If no one comes by then. At this point, she could only say, if we are truly pushed to that point, then we can only try to protect ourselves. In the luxurious guest room, Mr. Yamada was casually stuffing his face with food. Victor Ko stood watching him eat, his mouth watering so much he was about to drool. As for Yamada, he mumbled through mouthfuss, if I'd known I'd run into such rotten luck, I never would have come to this godforsaken place for business. I should be soaking in a hot spring on Kyushu Island right now. While eating, he suddenly realized Victor Ko was still standing there undressed irritably. Why haven't you left yet? He awkwardly opened his mouth to beg for food. Mr. Yamada, I've been starving for 2 days. I was wondering if you could spare some food. Of course, Yamada wasn't about to share his rations easily. Director Ko, are you sick in the head? I brought all of this myself. I needed to wait for rescue. Why should I have to share any with you? Seeing the refusal, Victor immediately tried to argue. But when the chairwoman was distributing supplies, "You clearly said you had nothing. That's why we gave our supplies to you and your secretaries. Now you have so much." With his greedy and selfish nature, Yamada couldn't be bothered to care and simply reply, "So what?" Right after, he waved Victor away dismissively. "Get out, or don't blame me for being rude." And so, he could only carry his shame and drag his heavy feet out of the room. Just then, Yamada seemed to remember something. He immediately called Victor back. "Director Ko? Wait a moment," he said slyly. "In my country, we have a saying, no pain, no gain. Director Ko, wanting food isn't that hard. You just need to do something for me." Seeing that he finally had a chance, Victor immediately swore. "No problem, Mr. Yamada. Just give the order." Yamada spoke calmly. "To be frank, I have no interest in cooperating with your company. I only agreed to come here because of your chairwoman." At that moment, he revealed his lecherous true colors. "Ms. Deng is the most beautiful woman I have ever met. The first time I saw her, it was love at first sight." He wanted to trade food for Crystal. "If Director Ko can figure out a way for me to have a pleasant night, all this food is yours." The suggestion horrified Victor, and he refused. "How could I? She's my superior. How could I sell her out? If I did that, wouldn't my career be over?" But Yamada just laughed smugly. "Director Ko, you must be joking. Your country has become like this, and you're still talking about a career." He struck right at Victor's weak spot. "Besides, I can see that Director Ko has some opinions about Chairwoman Deng. With your capabilities, you're just a lowly director, getting bossed around every day by a girl more than 10 years younger than you. Even a mere secretary dares to raise her voice at you. You must feel terrible." At this, he laughed and suddenly asked, "A job like that, do you really want to continue?" Not only that, he also dangled a carrot. "I promise you, as long as you do this well, I'll give you a position in my company." Yamada even used women as a lure. "You know, the women of my country are very gentle." After some consideration, Victor Ko nodded in acceptance. "All right, I agree." He also added with a stern tone, "Mr. Yamada, you must keep your word." Seeing his scheme succeed, Yamada immediately broke into a triumphant grin. He quickly tossed a loaf of bread towards Victor, promising firmly, "Don't worry. People from my country always keep their promises." Victor Ko caught the bread, but his heart was in turmoil. At the same time, down in the lobby, the three of them, Leo, Helian, and Jade, had arrived. Jade Cheng scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so quiet." Helian Lee figured, maybe the zombies in here already ran outside. The other people are probably too scared to come out. Ignoring his friend's words, Leo could already hear the sound of zombies. He immediately warned them, "Don't let your guard down. There are at least 20 zombies on this floor. There might be even more upstairs." The warning made Jade cry out in surprise. "Leo, your hearing is amazing. You can hear everything." Helian agreed with her. "That's right." As he said that, Leo's attention was drawn to a wall decorated with swords in the lobby. He instantly called out, "Helian Lee, catch." Hearing him, Helian held out his hands and caught the blade. Leo then said to him, "Even though you know martial arts, fighting zombies empty-handed is too dangerous. I think this blade suits you well." Hearing that, he began to test the sword. Every swing was decisive and firm. After testing it, he smiled with satisfaction and thanked Leo. "This blade feels great in my hands." "Thanks, brother Leo." Just then, Jade Cheng shrieked in panic, "Leo, here they come." Following her gaze, a horde of zombies was rushing towards them. Without a second's delay, Leo immediately took a defensive stance and yelled, "I'll clear a path. You protect Jade." At that very moment, in the management office upstairs, someone knocked on Crystal Deng's door and called out, "Chairwoman." Seeing it was Victor, she asked in surprise, "Director Ko, is something wrong?" Victor made a response, I have something I need to discuss with you. Could you step outside for a moment?" Wendy Dong coolly interjected, "Director Ko, if there's something you need to say, why can't you say it here?" Her expression made him a bit nervous, but Victor kept his composure and fabricated a reason. "It's like this. Our supplies are running low. I'm afraid we'll all starve to death before rescue arrives. He pretended to make a proposal. That's why Mr. Yamada and I have come up with a plan. I was wondering if the chairwoman could come over to discuss it. Hearing this, Wendy immediately warned Crystal. Chairwoman, that Mr. Yamada seems very lecherous. It's best not to meet with him alone. Her caution infuriated Victor, so he decided to use this opportunity to plot against her too. This damn girl. She already disrespects me on a daily basis. And now she wants to ruin my good fortune? Fine. Then I'll just give you to Mr. Yamada as well. Crystal herself was naturally a cautious person. So she suggested, how about this? This matter is very important. Please invite Mr. Yamada here. I'll also call the company's senior management to discuss it together. But Victor smoothly replied, Chairwoman, I think this is just a temporary idea for now. If it fails, wouldn't it just disappoint everyone? So it's better for the three of us to discuss it first. If we feel it's feasible, it won't be too late to announce it to everyone. Furthermore, he proactively suggested Wendy come along to add credibility. If Secretary Dom is worried, she can come with us. What do you think? Hearing that, Wendy looked at Crystal as if giving her a signal. Therefore, Crystal finally agreed, completely unaware that she had walked into a trap. All right. Meanwhile, in the hallway, zombie corpses littered the ground, and the one who had taken them down was none other than Helium Lee. Leo saw this and praised him with satisfaction. You adapt quickly. Jade admired him with awe. He's a different person from yesterday. Hearing the two of them, Helium replied shyly, Not at all. The main thing is the sword is useful. His rapid change in demeanor made Jade blurt out, Your mood changes pretty fast too. Huh? A moment later, she was the one who discovered the elevator. Leo, the elevator is over here. It stopped on the 3rd floor. Seeing this, Leo said, The power grid is completely down. Using the elevator is actually very dangerous. Who knows when it will stop working? His words made Jade ask in alarm. You mean, we have to take the stairs? There are so many zombies on each floor. We'll be exhausted before we even get there. But he looked towards a corner of the wall and said, We'll go this way. It turned out he was looking at the ventilation duct, and said with certainty, This way, we definitely won't encounter any zombies. At the same time on a higher floor, Victor had led Crystal and Wendy to the meeting room. He announced, Mr. Yamada, we're here. Yamada heard his voice and happily looked up. Before him were the figures of both Wendy and Crystal. This pleased him greatly, and he exclaimed, Welcome. Welcome. The scene before them made Crystal and Wendy frown slightly, looking at each other with anxiety. Immediately, Crystal asked, Mr. Yamada, I heard from Director Ko that you have a way to help us escape our current predicament. Her words made Yamada pause for a second, but he quickly went along with it. Oh. Yes. That's right. While he was talking, when he noticed the pile of food on the table, my plan is. Right after, she angrily questioned him loudly. Mr. Yamada, didn't you say you didn't bring any food? Then what is all this? Yamada crafty replied. Oh, my memory was fuzzy before. I only just found them in my luggage. That answer infuriated Wendy, who wanted to demand justice for Crystal. Do you think that's believable? Everyone is starving. Even the chairwoman has only eaten one piece of bread all day. Yet here you are, eating and drinking your fill. Don't you think that's outrageous? Seeing her so agitated, Crystal quickly tried to calm her down. Wendy, that's enough. Then she said sternly, Let's discuss business first. These things are worth mentioning. However, Wendy still wanted to continue. But just then, Yamada stood up and said, That's right. Your little secretary only knows about these cheap pieces of bread. He suddenly grabbed Crystal, his expression filled with lust as he exclaimed, The chairwoman is truly different, so much more far-sighted. His brazen action made Wendy cry out in shock. Chairwoman. Crystal was so frightened she stammered. Mr. Yamada. You? What are you doing? No longer hiding his perverted nature, he shamelessly molested her. Doing? Didn't you say it yourself? We're discussing business. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed her down onto the sofa. Then he pinned her down, uttering lewd words. Beauty, I've been thinking about you for a long time. Let's enjoy a wonderful night together. Seeing Crystal being assaulted, Wendy rushed forward, let the chairwoman go. But before she could do anything, she was slapped across the face by Victor. The slap sent her sprawling to the ground, trembling as she called out, "Victor Ko!" Realizing this was a setup orchestrated by him, she screamed in anger. "It really was you. This was your trap." At this point, Victor couldn't be bothered anymore and yelled curses. "You damn bitch. I was showing Crystal Deng some respect by not dealing with you. But you dare to get in my way? Today, both of you are going to die." The scene made Yamato laugh heartily. Director Ko. Very impressive. His two secretaries chimed in. That's right. At this moment, the pitiful Crystal cried out for help. "Let me go. Help. Save me." Yamato wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he taunted her. "Scream. Go ahead and scream. I've already tricked all of your employees into the conference room." He had calculated everything's sinister lie. Plus, with the sound priming of his office, you can scream your throat dry and no one will hear you. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the ventilation duct. The three of them, Leo, Helian, and Jade, somehow fell right into this room. Leo was in the middle of scolding. "Jade, you need to lose some weight." Jade retorted, not backing down. Helian is clearly the heaviest. Helian, unfairly blamed, didn't know how to argue back and just said, "Sorry." It was at this moment that Leo noticed the scene before him. Victor was struggling with Wendy, also frozen in shock by their sudden appearance. The two secretaries were bewildered, and Yamato was stunned. Helian realized the situation and, blushing betrayed, tried to pull Jade away. "SS, sorry. We didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue." But before he could leave, Leo called out to him, "Hey, this clearly isn't consensual." Seeing that people had appeared, Wendy immediately seized the opportunity and yelled, "They're bad guys. Help us." Seeing his good time ruined, Yamato roared in anger, "Who are you? Get the hell out of here." His accent made Leo realize, so he's Japanese. At this, Jade exclaimed angrily, "What is the world coming to? It's not enough that there are zombies. Now even the Japanese dare to come here and bully our people." Helian also gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. He immediately rushed forward, intending to teach Yamato a lesson. "If I don't knock all your teeth out today, I'm not a man." The moment they saw him charge, the two secretaries and Victor fled in terror. In contrast to them, Yamato reacted with the speed of a grasshopper. Leaping up, he dodged the attack and landed gracefully on the ground. Then he immediately assumed a defensive stance. This sight made Helian realize he hadn't expected this fat guy to come from a martial arts family and know some moves. On the other side, Wendy rushed to help her senior. "Crystal, it's okay now." At this moment, Yamato snorted with contempt. "What's so great about Chinese martial arts? Our Japanese karate is the strongest." He even brazenly provoked him. "If you've got guts, put down your weapon and fight me hand to hand." Of course, Helian wasn't afraid and immediately agreed. "Fine, I'll see who's better." The moment he finished, Yamato charged at him. "Come on, after I beat you to death, I'll go enjoy the beauty." Without dodging, Helian threw a direct punch at his opponent. But Yamato was no pushover and immediately fought back. The two clashed fiercely, neither giving an inch. Seeing this, Jade said worriedly, "Leo, that fat guy looks really strong. Shouldn't we help him?" Leo calmly replied, "No need. Martial artists respect a fair fight. Ganging up on him wouldn't be honorable." Furthermore, he was extremely confident. Besides, Helian can handle this. Back to Yamato. He was now delivering a flying kick at Helian. But every kick he threw was deflected by Helian. This made him so angry he looked like he was about to go crazy. So he stopped thinking and just attacked him relentlessly. Being extremely quick to react, Helian immediately ducked down low. He precisely aimed for his opponent's opening, hit in an unexpected spot. Yamato was somewhat stunned. As a result, he was tripped and thrown to the ground. Yamato's head slammed straight into the table. Finally lying motionless on the floor, Helian said condescending, "What? Still want to fight?" Yamada replied in pain, "No, no more. I lose." Witnessing his spectacular victory, Jade cheered loudly. "Helian, you're amazing." After defeating Yamada, Helian turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Yamada trembled as he pushed himself up, his face full of malice as he glared at him. Seeing that he was about to sneak attack Helian, Leo yelled in alarm. "Watch out!" Hearing his voice, Helian turned around just in time to see Yamada about to stab him. "Die!" Yamada lunged from behind, trying to stab Helian in the back. But he was already on guard. He immediately turned and blocked the knife, then smoothly delivered a punch straight to his opponent's face. His face was filled with killing intent at such a shameless act, so he increased his force, sending him flying. He finally landed with a thud on the sofa. Jade saw this and looked at Yamada with disgust. This Japanese guy has no shame. He clearly said it would be a fair one-on-one fight, yet he secretly hid a knife behind his back. Hearing that, Helian added, "Luckily Brother Leo warned me just now. Otherwise I would have taken that stab for sure." Leo glanced at Yamada, his tone becoming serious. "You were honest. The Japanese aren't like us. They don't respect promises like that. When dealing with people like him, it's best to be a little less merciful." Just then, several employees from the company rushed into the room. "Chairwoman, what happened?" Seeing people arrive, Victor turned pale with fear. He immediately dropped to his knees, begging Crystal for forgiveness. "Chairwoman, I'm so sorry." Not only that, he swore while making excuses. "It was all that Yamada. He forced me to do it. I was momentarily confused and fell into his trap. I'll never do it again." Suddenly, Wendy slapped him without a word. She seethed with rage. "Victor Ko." Then she yelled, "The chairwoman trusted you so much and always wanted to promote you." She spoke up for Crystal, full of indignation. "Yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you and try to harm the chairwoman." The company employees heard this and immediately understood the situation. They rushed forward, beating and cursing Victor. "What the hell happened? Are you even human? Traitor! You willingly became a dog for the Japanese. What a disgrace to the Chinese people. Beat him to death. Avenge the chairwoman." Of course, they didn't spare Yamada either. And this bastard isn't any better. I knew from the start he had crooked intentions towards the chairwoman. At this point, Wendy quickly asked Crystal for her opinion. "Chairwoman, how do you want to deal with these two?" Crystal gave a cold command. "Lock them in the storage room. When someone comes to rescue us, we'll hand them over to the government." Seeing that he was about to be locked up, Victor pleaded loudly. "Chairwoman, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Give me another chance." Yamada, on the other hand, defiantly warned everyone. "I'm from Japan. You have no right to treat me like this. Let me go. If you don't, when I get back to Japan, I definitely won't spare any of you." These threats only made Leo look down on him even more. He said, "You should just stay here quietly. The whole world is overrun with zombies. Your precious Japan has probably already become zombie country. And you still hope to go back?" Of course, he didn't believe a word. Just then, his two secretaries suddenly threw themselves at Leo, pleading Kokathis why. "Handsome, we're innocent. That's right. Please help us." Seeing this, Jade angrily rushed over to push them away. "Get off. Do you have no shame? How dare you just hug someone else's man like that?" At this point, Helian asked, "Brother Leo, how should we handle these two girls?" Before Leo could speak, Crystal stepped forward and said, "Tie them up. Lock them in the break room." Annoyed by her commanding tone, Leo shot back bluntly. "Hey, old lady, we're not your employees. Don't go ordering us around." Those two words, "old lady," instantly made her furious. "Old lady?" Without any politeness, she yelled back at him, "Who are you calling an old lady? Who's your old lady?" Seeing Crystal so agitated, Wendy quickly tried to intervene. "Chairwoman, calm down." Suddenly, both Leo and Helian's faces turned bright red. Helian stammered, "Oh, old lady." It turned out both young men were flustered by Crystal's impressive chest. Of course, Crystal noticed their improper gazes and immediately shouted in anger, "Perverts! What are you looking at?" Seeing her about to get physical, one of the two men quickly said, "What are you doing? Don't just hit people." Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Wendy quickly stopped Crystal. "Chairwoman, please calm down a bit." A moment later, everyone finally sat down to talk. Wendy warmly invited everyone, "Please, have some water." The employees were now whispering among themselves, "I've never seen the chairwoman so angry. She's only 24. Of course she doesn't like being called an old lady. At the meeting table, Leo complained. If it weren't for us just now, you two would have become that fat guy's playthings. Not even a thank you. And you even tried to hit us. Crystal didn't back down and retorted. Are you blind? It was obvious we were being forced. If I hadn't cried for help, would you have just left and let us be assaulted? Hearing her say that, he naturally refused to be outdone. So you're saying we were in the wrong? If I'd known, I shouldn't have gotten involved. It would have been better to just watch the show from upstairs, right? This immediately provoked her to shout. What? Saying the atmosphere about to explode. Wendy quickly intervened. Everyone, please drink some water. Water. Furthermore, she stepped in to explain on Crystal's behalf. She was just angry and spoke without thinking. In her heart, she is truly 10/10 grateful to all of you. After speaking, she warmly continued. Let's formally introduce ourselves. She introduced herself and Crystal. This is the chairwoman of the Cheonki Entertainment Group, Miss Crystal Deng. My name is Wendy Dong, the chairwoman's assistant. The name Crystal Deng reminded Jade of someone. Crystal Deng. I wonder if you graduated from Huazong Business Academy. Seeing that she knew her, Crystal glanced over and asked, You know me? Confirming it was her, Jade immediately said with admiration. So it really is you. You're a legend at our school. Not only were your grades outstanding, but you also started your own company just 1 year after graduating. Even after becoming successful, you didn't forget your alma mater, offering scholarships and internship opportunities at Tianqi Group to poor students who strive. Furthermore, she added with a smile, You're my idol and the goddess of my heart, seeing that she was not only from the same school but also worshipped her. Crystal's tone softened. So you're my junior. Just then, Leo suddenly remarked, No wonder your company has such an arrogant work style. It's because the rot starts from the top. This made Crystal angrily demand, What do you mean by that? He calmly recounted, Last year, I went to your company to apply for an internship. All my qualifications met your company's requirements. But because I wore a shirt that looked a bit old to the interview, I was rejected. Moreover, he voiced his grievance. The interviewers even mocked me, saying that with clothes like that, I shouldn't be applying for a job here and should just go be a delivery driver instead. Despite being exposed like that, Crystal tried to explain. Perhaps they were just a bit too blunt. But you should know that an employee's image is the company's image. If you want to apply, you should at least dress properly. That shows sincerity. But Leo wasn't finished. He continued, It wasn't just me. Other students were rejected just like me. In the end, only the rich kids in their fancy clothes got accepted. What a coincidence. Huh? Hearing that, Crystal turned to ask Wendy, Is this true? Wendy replied softly. The summer recruitments were all handled by Victor Ko. It's said that the people under him are all well connected. At this point, Leo directly lectured Crystal without any courtesy. If your job postings are only for rich people who want to enjoy life, then don't put on a show of offering scholarships and opportunities to students with good grades. Don't give students like us false hope. Knowing she had been negligent in her management, she sincerely apologized. This is indeed our fault. I sincerely apologize to you and the other students who attended that interview. At this moment, some of the company employees suddenly spoke up. All right, little brother. Let bygones be bygones. That's right. What's the point of bringing up such trivial matters now? The most important thing is for all of us to survive. Now Zhang Zhang asked worriedly. The signal in this building is completely gone. We have no way to contact the outside world. What's the situation out there? When will the rescue team arrive? This question made Jade and Leo unconsciously look at each other. Leo then informed everyone that the outside was now teeming with zombies everywhere. If they were still stubbornly waiting for the military rescue team, they should give up that idea soon. The news he delivered terrified the people in the company, who all cried out in unison, What? Despite their chaotic reaction. He continued, There is indeed news about rescue teams from the military and government, but we came all the way from the school and haven't seen a shadow of a rescue team. These words truly scared Zhang Zhang. He quickly pleaded with him. Then what should we do? Are we going to die? If you guys could get in here, then there must be a way out. Right? Little brother, you can't just watch us die. Please, help us. Hearing this, Leo also explained the real situation. The ventilation duct above is too narrow. It was already difficult for just the three of us to get through. It absolutely can't handle so many people. Besides, there are too many zombies here. I can't guarantee I can get all of you out safely. Faced with this difficult situation, Crystal asked anxiously, "Is there no other way?" After hearing her, Leo threw them a glimmer of hope. "It's not that there's no way. But," he deliberately raised his tone, "but we're tired. The fight just now was a bit intense. Right now, we just want to eat something and find a quiet place to rest for a bit. We can only work on a full stomach." He smiled meaningfully and said, "I think this room isn't bad. Well, right now, you're the ones asking for help, so you should show some sincerity, right?" Being put in a difficult position, Crystal exclaimed in anger. "You, Wendy," beside her, called out worriedly, "Chairwoman." In the end, Crystal still accepted Leo's demand. "All right, we'll go out first and leave this place for you to rest." At that moment, in the conference room, the employees were discussing with Crystal. "Chairwoman, I think those people are very capable. Maybe they really can save us. We can't rely on others too much. We can also find a way out ourselves." With the situation at this point, Crystal immediately instructed Wendy, "Get the blueprint of this floor. Let's see if there are any other passages." Wendy obediently replied, "Okay." Just then, an employee approached Crystal and asked, "Chairwoman, do you have any more supplies? Many colleagues are about to collapse. If we don't have to wait for the rescue team anymore, then let's take them out and eat." His words made both Crystal and Wendy freeze, just as Crystal was about to tell everyone the truth. "Actually," Wendy cut her off. "Actually, all the supplies have already been given to everyone." The chairwoman was afraid everyone would panic, so she lied and said there were still supplies. This news immediately threw everyone into a panic. "What? What do we do?" Just then, a thrilled Zhang Zhang burst through the door and said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. I brought supplies." Seeing him pour out a pile of food, everyone joyfully asked, "So much food, where did you get it?" Only then did Crystal realize the source of the food and immediately questioned him. "Aren't those the backpacks of those three? Why are they in your hands?" He casually replied, "I saw the three of them go to another room, so I snuck into the conference room and took them." Hearing that, Wendy exclaimed in shock, "This is called stealing." Crystal quickly tried to intervene. "We can't do this. Give it back to them quickly." But Zhang Zhang argued, "Look at all this stuff in here. They definitely didn't buy it themselves. They must have just picked it up on the road." Even so, Crystal remained firm. "That's still not right. They are all thinking of ways to help us. How can we take their things like this?" With things having come to this, he switched to a pitiful tone. "Chairwoman, I've already checked. There are basically no other escape routes on this floor. Going through the ventilation duct is the only way." Her words made her ask in a daze, "Didn't they say it's unusable?" He heard her and replied confidently, "Why do you believe their words so easily?" Then Zhang Zhang loudly analyzed, "Think about it. If the situation outside is really that dangerous, then how did the three of them get in? If even 3 kids can deal with those zombies, why can't we? With so many people?" Hearing his point, which seemed reasonable, Crystal and Wendy looked at each other. Seeing them still undecided, Zhang Zhang immediately said, "I was planning to let everyone eat their fill in, then go find a way out together. If there are no problems, we'll come back and get everyone." Naturally, these words received everyone's support. "Chairwoman, I'm willing to go. Staying here is just waiting to die anyway. We might as well give it a try." Even Wendy now advised Crystal, "I think Ray Wang has a point. Why don't we let them try? If it doesn't work, they can just come back." Hearing this, Crystal fell silent and thought for a long time. Then she finally agreed to let Zhang Zhang lead people to the lower floor. "All right, everyone, be safe." The first floor lobby was unusually silent. Suddenly, the vent cover was opened. Zhang Zhang stealthily jumped down first. He carefully scanned the surroundings, then lowered his voice to signal to the others still in the vent. "It's safe." Immediately, they jumped down one by one, accidentally making some noise. "Hey, I'm telling you, be careful. You almost kicked me in the face." Sorry. This vent is really too narrow. My thighs are about to go numb." The young man with blonde hair, seeing his friends talking too loudly, quickly hushed them. Can you guys keep it down? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? The dark-haired guy wasn't worried at all. Don't be so tense. Like the chairwoman and assistant Dong. We haven't seen any zombies this whole way. The older man behind him chimed in. I think Brother Zane is right. The situation is much better than we imagined. At this point, Zane Zhang spoke with contempt. I told you. The chairwoman was scared by those 3 students' words. Where are all these zombies? It's not that scary at all. The blonde young man also agreed, even looking down on Crystal. That's right. Women really do have pea-sized brains. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have been trapped on this floor for so long. As he was walking and talking, he suddenly stepped on something sticky on the floor. He immediately realized something was wrong. Looking at the thick, black liquid on the ground, he asked in confusion, "What is this?" Completely unaware, he followed the trail of liquid to a hidden corner. There, a zombie lay motionless. The moment he saw it, he screamed in terror. A zombie. But luckily Zane Zhang quickly calmed him down. Don't panic. Isn't it already dead? Saying that, he approached to check the zombie. The people behind her reminded him. Brother Zane, be careful. After noticing a wound on the zombie's head, he immediately deduced. Look at the crack on its head. It must have been from that Liu Xiao kid's fire axe. Hearing this, the young men seemed to have a revelation and said to each other, Look, it's just like in the movies. Attacking the head can kill them. Just then, Zane Zhang spotted something and shouted with joy. This is. It turned out he had found the life-saving keys, the lobby keys. But just as he picked up a key ring, the zombie's hand suddenly grabbed his. Immediately after, the zombie lunged at him. This scene scared the wits out of the men standing behind, who started screaming. Oh my god! It's still alive. Quick! Run! Zhang Zhang didn't let the others flee. He suppressed his fear and yelled. Scared? What's there to be scared of? Liu Xiao could kill one. We're a bunch of big guys. You think we're worse than a kid? Then, he threw the keys to a young man. Catch! At the same time, the zombie lunged straight at him. Reacting quickly, he grabbed a decorative item in the lobby and immediately smashed it hard on the zombie's head. The blow sent it tumbling to the ground. The other guys stared in amazement. Zane Zhang went into a frenzy, repeatedly swinging the object in his hand down on the zombie. Die! 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 The blonde young man saw he wouldn't stop and quickly shouted a reminder. It's dead. It's dead. Brother Zane. The zombie's dead. His words seemed to snap him out of his uncontrolled frenzy. He grunted. Huh? Now. The young men around him showed their admiration, constantly cheering him on, which made him even more smug as he laughed heartily. Brother Zane, you're so cool. Like a god of war. We never knew you were so powerful before. He then said distaffordly, What's so scary about a zombie? Didn't I just smash it to death into hits? Then he turned to his followers and said, You all saw that, right? As long as we stick together, surviving in this doomsday world is no problem at all. The others, of course, believed his words as if they were gospel. Brother Zane is right. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight them. At the same time, in the upstairs hallway, Leo and his group were walking and talking. These people are supposed to be elites, but they don't know how to use their brains. They only know how to lock the company doors, but not the passages between floors. Isn't that just letting the zombies walk around freely? We've now checked all the rooms and locked the passages. We can even ensure this floor is safe. Leo snorted in contempt. Leaders without brains. And their subordinates suffer for it. His attitude made Jade feel playful. Leo, I didn't realize you could be so petty. Even though you were rejected from that interview back then, it's not like you lost anything. Besides, she's the chairwoman. It's understandable that she can't oversee everything. You don't need to hold such a grudge. Despite her teasing, he replied in a serious tone. Who said I didn't lose anything? That year, I quit to part-time jobs to focus on preparing for the interview. I almost couldn't scrape together enough for tuition. Furthermore, he told a heartbreaking story. The classmate who went with me had it even worse, because he couldn't pay his tuition. He was expelled from school. He could only work part-time at a construction site. As a result, during overtime on a rainy day, he fell from an upper floor. He's been disabled ever since. This made Jade exclaim. No way. Leo continued grimly. The rest of his life was ruined just like that. Who should compensate him for his loss? Can it all be dismissed with a simple, "I couldn't oversee it"? At this point, Leo gave his own take. A leader's position is higher, so their responsibility is greater. Because every word, every decision they make can affect someone else's entire life. If you can't bear that responsibility, then you shouldn't be a leader at all. These words filled Jade with admiration as she praised him. Leo, that was beautifully said. She then added, my history teacher used to say the difference between a hero and a leader is their perspective. A hero likes to fight, but only by uniting people, making them believe and willingly give their all. Can one be a true leader? At the same time, she also affirmed with certainty, Leo, I've always felt you have leadership qualities. One day, you will stand in a high place and receive everyone's respect. But then her mood suddenly dropped. She wondered to herself, but when that time comes, I wonder if you'll still remember someone like me existed. Her question immediately caught Leo's attention. Then suddenly, he reached out and patted Jade's head, saying, silly girl, what are you talking about? His words brought a happy smile to her face. You guys are my important comrades. We will always be together. Hearing this from him, she was visibly happy and made him promise, you have to remember what you said today. Of course, he nodded firmly. I remember. But she wasn't done yet and continued to press her luck. But I still hope you and my senior can get along. Good men don't fight with women. Brother Leo, you should show some gentlemanly conduct, since he wasn't the type to hold grudges. He agreed. All right. Just then, they arrived at the break room door. Leo opened it. As soon as he looked inside, he immediately saw the empty table and that their backpacks were gone. Jade also noticed something was wrong and asked in surprise, where are our backpacks? At the same time in the conference room, Crystal was anxiously thinking to herself, I wonder how Zane, Zhang, and the others are doing. Did they successfully find a way out? Seeing her so tense, Wendy quickly tried to comfort her. Don't worry, they're all very smart. They wouldn't take risks so easily. Just then, Leo walked into the room and asked directly, are our backpacks with you? Immediately, Hellion realized their food had been eaten, and the bags were tossed in a corner. Look! His anger flared up. He yelled, I was wondering where our food went. So they stole it. Even Jade couldn't believe it. Senior, if you wanted it, why didn't you just discuss it with us? That food is very important to us. At this point, Leo also stepped forward to question them. Chairwoman Deng, don't you always have principles? This time, I'd like to hear how you're going to explain this. Faced with his questioning, the group could only remain silent in shame. Only Hellian was still fuming. He continued to curse. And to think we just saved you all. Repaying kindness with malice this quickly? Stealing our things? If we had known you were all wolves in sheep's clothing, we shouldn't have bothered. Being yelled at like that, Wendy still refused to admit fault and retorted defiantly. Hey, you there! Can you not be so harsh? It's just a couple of bags of food. Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? We didn't steal it. We'll just return it to you after we get out. Isn't that right? Hearing this, he didn't back down and shouted back. What do you mean? You there? My name is Hellion Lee. I may not be highly educated, but I know that taking something without asking is stealing. You're so well educated. It's like you learned nothing. This left Wendy speechless, only able to utter a single word. You. Just then, Crystal stepped in. Wendy, stop talking. Then she frankly admitted their fault and expressed her desire to compensate them. Taking your food without your permission was our mistake. But our people have gone to find a way out. I believe they will find an exit soon. There are so many of us. Once we get out, we will definitely find food. At that time, we will repay you double. Hearing this, Leo just asked coldly, do you really think your people are coming back? His question immediately made her uneasy. What do you mean by that? He calmly analyzed. It took us less than half an hour to climb from the first floor to here. Going down would be even faster. At most, it would take an hour for a round trip. How long have your people been gone? Hearing this, Wendy said to Crystal in a panic. It's been 2 hours. And just then, on the first floor, the group was happily slurping instant noodles. They ate while flattering Zane Jen. This is so good. Starving for days, and we finally get a full meal. This is all thanks to Brother Zane. One of them curiously asked, Brother Zane, how did you know there was a hot pot here? And so much good food? Zane Zhang replied smugly, Isn't there a modeling agency on the second floor? Those models diet all year round and train hard. When they get too hungry to bear it, they sneak food but are afraid the company will find out. So they prepare their own electric pot and food, hidden in this supply room, to indulge themselves occasionally. He casually revealed how he knew there was food here. I saw them a few times, which is why when I saw this key, I remembered there was food here. At that moment, a young man spoke up. After we finish eating, we should head back quickly to avoid worrying the chairwoman. But the one who had asked the question earlier scoffed. Are you stupid? The company is gone. Where's the chairwoman? That guy just daffodilly thought. Crystal is just a little girl. Normally, her brain might be worth something. But in these chaotic times, she can't even protect herself. Is there any future in following her? The blonde guy chimed in. That's right. Didn't you see how the two of them almost became Yamada's meal just now? He then picked up a piece of food from his bowl. Open your eyes and look. The other guy smiled decisively. Only by following Brother Zane can we eat well. Our future is long. We have to prepare for ourselves. Hearing this, the remaining young man was silent for a long time. Then he also picked up food and put it in his mouth. Then he agreed with the others. Brother Zane, from now on, you're our big brother. Whatever you say goes. We'll all listen to you. Hearing these words, Zane Shang immediately put on airs and declared, Don't say that. We were good colleagues before, and we'll be good friends from now on. As long as you all trust me, I'll treat you like my own brothers. He also affirmed with certainty. There's a good saying crisis is opportunity. Before, we were all employees, enduring humiliation and watching our bosses' faces all day. Now, things have changed. As long as we stick together, we will definitely create a new enterprise for ourselves. For some reason, the others responded to his words with great enthusiasm. Yes, Brother Zane is right. But just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. The sound made the whole group turn pale. What was that? It's not zombies. Is it? Zane Zhang, having just killed a zombie, had become very confident. Don't be afraid. Didn't you all see just now? Those zombies look scary, but they're actually very slow. As long as you're fast enough, you can defeat them. He immediately rushed to the front and ordered, Everyone, find a weapon for yourselves. Remember, aim for their heads. Then he asked loudly, Are you ready? They replied in unison, Ready. At that moment, the doorknob began to rattle violently. Then the door was suddenly burst open. An agile zombie lunged inside, letting out a terrifying roar. Its ferocious face was enough to scare anyone. Of course, Zhang Zhang's group was no exception. So fast? What is this thing? In the conference room, the atmosphere was silent. When he spoke anxiously to Crystal, Chairwoman, they've been gone for so long and still haven't returned. Something must have happened, right? Crystal softly reassured her. Maybe they just got lost because they're not familiar with the way. Let's wait a little longer. But her words of reassurance reached Leo's ears, causing him to let out a sarcastic remark. Chairwoman Dang is still so humorous. It's a ventilation duct, not a labyrinth. How could they possibly get lost? The fact that they haven't come back means they've definitely run into zombies. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid there won't even be bones left. His terrifying words made Wendy panic and demand, Then go save them quickly. Seeing her have the audacity to ask for help, Hellion immediately flared up. Are you kidding? You just stole our food, and now you're telling us to go save people? On what grounds? She didn't back down and argued back. Are you even a man? Being so calculative. Is a little food more important than human lives? Besides, it's just a few of us girls left here. If you don't go, should we? He immediately retorted. What does this have to do with being a man? Both men and women should be reasonable. Just then, Leo spoke up. It's not impossible for us to go save them. Seeing him agree to save them, Crystal asked in surprise. You agree to help, but he had no intention of helping for free. Beg me. That demand made Crystal tremble with anger, and Wendy immediately stepped forward to object. Don't go too far. Our chairwoman has never begged anyone in her life. Leo completely disregarded their status. He stated plainly. Chairwoman Deng is a businesswoman. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To get something, you have to pay a price. If you're truly worried about your employees' lives, then sacrificing a little dignity for them is nothing. His logical words left Wendy speechless. She could only look at the trembling Crystal and call out, "Chairwoman." After a moment of hesitation, Crystal finally accepted Leo's condition. "Fine. Consider me begging you. Is that good enough?" But her reluctant plea obviously didn't satisfy Leo. Not good enough. Being rejected by him. She gritted her teeth in anger. "You!" But he continued to speak calmly. "I told you from the start that you people are no match for the zombies. Yet you secretly sent people down behind our backs, clearly not trusting what we said. Now that something has happened, you want us to come clean up your mess. I'm not some rich fool. By my calculations, this is definitely not a profitable deal." Realizing she was being played, she shouted in anger, "Leo Xiao, are you messing with me?" Only then did Leo reply seriously, "I'm teaching you how to be a person." He brought up things that were common before the world fell apart. Chairwoman Deng has always been high and mighty. The feeling of being toyed with by others is of course unfamiliar. But for ordinary people like us, being spun around by one of your decisions is normal. Even having our whole lives turned upside down. Now that the times had changed, he wanted to teach Crystal a lesson. Now the world has changed. You should get used to these days of being knocked down a peg, to avoid suffering an even greater shock later on. After speaking, he called to the other two and turned to leave. "Let's go." Seeing him just leave like that, Crystal cursed after him. "Leo Xiao, you bastard." A moment later in the hallway, Jade pleaded with him to help Crystal's group. "Leo, I think they're all intellectuals. People who can't even trust a chicken. If they run into zombies, they definitely won't be able to escape. Are we really just going to stand by and watch?" Hearing her, Leo immediately explained his earlier actions. "I said that just now because I was annoyed with Crystal Deng, asking for help with such an arrogant attitude, without a shred of sincerity. If I don't teach her a lesson, she'll never change that habit." Furthermore, when she realized he truly didn't want to bicker with Crystal anymore because of what she said, Jade was overjoyed. But, after all, those are several lives. Besides, I also promised you I wouldn't be too confrontational with her. Helping her this once is fine. After speaking, she didn't think twice and proactively gave him a kiss. The unexpected kiss made his face flush red, and he stammered, "What are you doing? What are you just kissing people like that?" She herself was a bit embarrassed, but she tried to remain calm and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. This is a kiss of thanks. I didn't realize I held such a place in your heart. I'm really happy." Hearing her say that, Leo became even more shy. "Don't make it sound so serious. Okay? It's not like it was some special promise." But she still smiled firmly. "How is it not serious? This is the first time you've changed your decision for me. I'll remember it for the rest of my life." Her sincere words moved Leo a little. Just then, Hellion volunteered to go with him. "Brother Leo, I'll go with you to save them." But Leo refused. "No need. There are only girls on this floor now. It's not safe. You stay here and protect them." Next, he didn't forget to instruct Jade. "Remember, if a zombie charges, follow Hellion Lee. Protect yourself well." "Got it." Jade didn't argue. Instead, she obediently replied, "I know. You be careful on your own. Don't worry about us. I'll be good and wait for you to come back." Hearing her say that, he immediately gave her a thumbs up. Very good. Not long after, in the empty lobby on the first floor, Leo landed gently on the ground. Looking at the open vent cover on the floor, he immediately made a judgment. The vent is open. That group must have escaped from here, carrying the axe by his side. He walked and thought to himself, the first floor is only this big. Where on earth could they be hiding? As he passed a room, he suddenly smelled a strong stench of blood, and the door to that room was only slightly ajar. So he slowly approached and pushed the door open. His eyes scanned the entire area. The space was filled with a gloomy, murderous aura. In front of him were several stacked crates. Without much thought, he immediately knocked over the crates. Under the pile of crates were the bodies of Zhang Zhang's group. All of them were dead. This scene made Leo's brow furrow tightly. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed behind him. It startled him, and he quickly drew his axe and stepped back. It turned out to be a zombie. But this zombie was strangely different from the others. Leo looked at the zombie in front of him and thought in shock. So fast. The zombies I've encountered until today all had stiff movements and were slow. Why is this one so fast? Furthermore, he noticed an unusual feature on it. Its eyes are also completely different from normal zombies. They're red. Instantly, he remembered something. That's right. According to the system's memory. Over time, a portion of zombies will evolve abilities that other zombies don't have. This type of zombie has many differences compared to regular zombies. Their bodies are more agile. Their strength is greater. And their speed is even faster. Compared to normal zombies, they are the greatest threat to humanity. And the one in front of him now completely matched the characteristics of a later stage evolved zombie. So he could be certain. It seems this is a mutated zombie. However, this didn't scare Leo. On the contrary, it sparked his desire to fight. Alright, let's see how tough you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated zombie lunged at him. It closed and unlaunched a series of attacks, forcing him to struggle to dodge. Unable to hit him, it roared in frustration. Then it tried to bite him, but he was faster and dodged it. After a few exchanges with it, Leo concluded, this thing only knows how to close the distance. This kind of tactic consumes too much stamina. To attack effectively, I have to create some distance. Just then, he unexpectedly placed one hand on the ground. Next, he used the momentum to launch himself up and dodge the mutated zombie's attack. Thanks to that, he successfully created a certain distance. But he didn't stop there. He suddenly charged forward. Next came a downward chop with his axe. But surprisingly, the mutated zombie dodged it. Saying this, he immediately retreated. Leo's eyes became sharp and cold as he thought to himself. It actually dodged my axe. Evolved zombies are indeed much more agile. The mutated zombie was now also looking at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Without a second's hesitation, it lunged at him again, but he quickly ducked and dodged to the side. The mutated zombie immediately turned its head to find where he was, but strangely, he had vanished without a trace. So, it began to frantically search for him everywhere. After searching for a while and still not finding him, it went crazy, roaring in anger. This zombie seemed completely oblivious to what was above its head. Leo was hiding on top of a cabinet. Looking down, he gave a contemptuous smile at the zombie's actions. As expected, not to brag. In that instant, he launched himself down from above. Now he was close to the zombie's head, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, it sensed the danger and looked up. But in the end, it was still killed by him. With a single axe blow, Leo sent the zombie to its grave. Moreover, he coldly mocked it. Just being fast is useless. If your brain doesn't evolve, this is all you'll ever amount to. Just then, he noticed something on its body. He immediately took the object out of its head and wondered, what is this? Suddenly, the main god's voice loudly congratulated him. Congratulations, host, on finding the first core crystal. The sudden voice made him jump. He snapped back. Hey, main god, can't you give a warning before you show up? You trying to scare me to death. Next, Leo got straight to the point. You said this is a core crystal. Why haven't I heard of this thing before? What does it do? The main god quickly explained. A core crystal is a crystal formed in the brain of a mutated zombie. It doesn't exist in the bodies of normal zombies, which is why you haven't heard of it before. At the same time, he also gave a clear explanation of the core crystal's function. Core crystals are categorized by the level of the mutated zombie, from lowest to highest: white, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, red, and black. They can be used to increase your attribute points, exchange for experience points, and activate the resource exchange. For example, a white core crystal can be exchanged for 1 attribute point or 10 experience points. Each time you level up, the exchange rate will also increase. After hearing the explanation, Leo immediately understood what level the zombie in front of him was. This core crystal is white. So, this was a low-level mutated zombie. But then another problem occurred to him. Wait a minute. So he raised his voice and questioned. Main god, are you messing with me? Why didn't you say this earlier? A low-level mutated zombie is already this much stronger than a normal one. When all the zombies mutate to the highest level, Won't humanity stand no chance? Understanding Leo's worry, the main god immediately reassured him. Host, do not worry. Zombie evolution requires extremely strict conditions. Not only do they need to find a large food source, but it also takes a long time, and it gets harder as they progress. Not only that, he also affirmed, in the end, those that can evolve to the highest level are extremely few. It's believed that there are no more than 10 black level ones in the entire world. This affirmation made Leo breathe a sigh of relief. That's more like it. However, he still didn't let him off the hook and continued to nag. Such important information. Please just tell me everything at once next time. Don't be like an AI that only answers when asked. Okay? Annoyed by his nagging, he shouted angrily. Stop your yapping. How are you going to use this core crystal? Seeing him shout at him again, Leo grumbled back. Arrogant devil. Then, Leo began to consider how to use the core crystal. I've only encountered one mutated zombie so far. I probably don't need the attribute points right now. As for experience points, I can still accumulate them by killing zombies. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. I've decided to choose resource exchange. Receiving his command, the main god began to activate the system. Resource exchange system. Virtual space. Activate. Immediately, a blinding light appeared. What appeared before his eyes left Leo stunned, and what surprised him was the shop space. The inventory system interface immediately appeared with 2 tabs: weapons and supplies. The weapons tab contained all sorts of armaments, from knives and axes to guns and even bombs. Leo raised his hand and fiddled with it a few times, then pointed at the system and complained. Is this system even working? Or are only a few supplies usable, and the rest can't be exchanged? The main god on his hand quickly answered, because the right to exchange items is determined by the level of the core crystal. Since you used a white core crystal, you can only exchange for level 1 items. If you can't exchange for it, it means your level is not high enough. If you want to expand your rights, you'll have to find a higher level core crystal next time. Furthermore, the core crystal can only be used to help open the system. It has no exchange value. If you want to take these things now, you must use experience points to get them. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo shouted in shock. What? You want my experience points? You didn't say that before. The main god replied calmly. I explained very clearly that the core crystal assists in opening the system. I never said it assists in exchanging. You just assumed that yourself. Realizing he'd been tricked, Leo could only accept it with frustrated resignation. All right, a good man doesn't fight with the system. I just won't exchange for anything. Okay? Seeing him choose to give up, he didn't say anything more. Just left a sentence and fell silent again. Farewell. His action really infuriated Leo, and he cursed out loud. It's like this every time. He just leaves when he wants to, or he kill you to give a heads up. After his anger subsided, he was once again immersed in the initial quiet atmosphere and looked around. Leo stared intently at the bowl of food, still almost untouched, and the water bottle lying next to it. At this moment, he lowered his eyelids slightly and snorted with a cold sigh. Poor Crystal Ding. Still waiting eagerly for news up there. It seems they had other plans all along. What a foolish woman. But the amount of food here is truly abundant. If I bring this back for Jade and the others, we'll have another full meal tonight. A moment later, in the living room of another apartment, the sound of a door opening was heard. Leo walked in carrying a heavy backpack and called out loudly, Jade, Helly and Lee, look what I brought back. But he was met only with silence. There was no one there. Where is everyone? Suddenly, a shocking cry for help reached his ears. Help! Leo turned his head, slightly shaken as he exclaimed. That voice. Immediately, he rushed towards the source of the cry with a worried expression. Did the zombies break in? He ran to a room and forcefully pushed the door open. Suddenly, his face turned pale, his eyes wide with horror. Before his eyes, Hellianne was holding an injured person, shaking her and calling out, Jade, wake up. Wendy and the others stood to one side, demanding of the person in front of them. Victor Ko, let the chairwoman go. If you don't, we won't spare you later. As soon as she finished, Hellianne, seething with rage, added, You two bastards, using women as human shields. If you have guts, fight me one-on-one. Victor, far from backing down, threatened them. Back off. All of you. Back off. Whoever dares to come closer. I'll kill this woman. Yamada held a knife to a girl's throat and said, You stupid Chinese people. I have a hostage. Why would I need to fight you one-on-one? In that tense standoff, Leo ran to Helly inside and shouted, Jade, what happened? The moment he saw him, Elliot rumbled and sobbed, admitting his fault. Brother Leo, it's all my fault. It's because I was careless and didn't protect Jade properly. When he also immediately stepped forward to explain the situation, it was Yamada and Victor. They took advantage of everyone being distracted, cut the ropes, and took the chairwoman hostage. Jay, trying to save the chairwoman, was injured by them. In that instant, a weak voice suddenly spoke up. Leo, I'm sorry. The weak girl coughed a few times and struggled to say a few words to him. I promised I'd be good and wait for you to come back. But I couldn't do it. He quickly forced a gentle smile to reassure her. It's okay. It's okay. I'm back now. Seeing her in such a state, Crystal's eyes turned red with guilt. Junior, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. Before she could finish her sentence, Leo roared. Shut up. He shot up in anger, bringing up the past to blame her. It's you again. You're a jinx. You only know how to tell people to lock them up? Didn't you think to post guards? Now, what good is saying sorry? Seeing him like this, Jade quickly tried to persuade him. Leo, don't blame her. It's because those two were too despicable. They used to feint to lure Helly Ann away. My senior didn't want to involve others, which is why she was captured. So, she's not as bad as you think. She's still a good leader, right? As soon as she finished, she coughed violently, each one heavy and labored. He no longer had the mind to pay attention to anyone else and immediately sat down, pulling a blanket over her. Jade, don't talk anymore. I'll stop the bleeding. But she didn't listen, still forcing herself to continue. Leo, actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. He frowned slightly, though he didn't want her to continue. He could only listen in silence. Do you remember the first time we met? I said I wanted to be your girlfriend? Actually, I didn't like you at all. It was just that after what happened in the library, I was so scared. I just wanted to find someone to protect me because I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. But then, I gradually realized you're actually very capable. Being with you, I was always protected, always felt safe. Even when we encountered zombies, I wasn't worried at all. I know I can't be the one you love most, so, being your comrade, just staying by your side for a lifetime like this wouldn't be so bad. But, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk with you anymore. With every word from Jade, Leo's tears silently streamed down. A good man like you. Even without me, there will be many girls who want to wash your clothes and cook for you. But, Leo, you have to promise me one thing. Don't forget me. I don't need anything else. Even having a tiny place in your heart would make me so happy. At this point, it seemed he couldn't listen anymore and burst out. What are you talking about? How could I ever forget you? Jade, just hang on a little longer. You're going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. But her voice grew fainter, as if it would shatter with a single touch, and continued on. Even though this zombie world is terrifying, meeting you. And as the final words left her lips, her life completely faded away. I'm very happy. Watching her go limp just like that. A heavy stone seemed to press down on Leo's heart. He cried out in panic. Jade! Hearing him endlessly call her name. Hellian couldn't hold back his tears either, his body shaking. Jade. Finally, Leo hugged her lifeless body tightly and screamed. Jade! Wendy covered her mouth in sorrow. She choked up to speak. Even Crystal was stunned, softly whispering, Junior. Yet, at that very moment, the shameless Yamada chose this time to speak with contempt. Kid, women are just like clothes. Why be in so much pain? That little girl was pretty, but compared to Chairwoman Deng here, she's not worth mentioning. How about we make a deal? As long as you let me go, I'll give you Chairwoman Deng. Let you taste what it's like to be with a beautiful woman. How about it? But right after, he seemed to see something and froze for a moment. What he saw was the face of Leo, overflowing with a deadly, murderous aura. A hand gently laid Jade's body down straight. Immediately after, Leo slowly and silently stood up. The terrifying silence as he turned his head to look at the ones behind him sent a shiver of fear through Victor and Yamada. As he stepped forward, one step at a time, they both instinctively started to back away. Victor was so nervous he stammered as he saw him approach. "You. What are you going to do?" Yamada, out of fear, became more reckless, pressing the knife's edge against Crystal's neck to threaten him. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this woman." But Leo remained cold and emotional as, saying, "Go ahead." Hearing that, she was stunned, completely unable to believe it. It wasn't just her. Even Wendy and the others were shocked, ignoring everyone's expressions. He continued, "If it weren't for her, Jade wouldn't have died. She should go and atone to Jade. If you want to kill her, just do it." Hearing this, Yamada gritted his teeth and repeated his threat. "Don't think I'm just bluffing. I'll really do it." Leo coldly urged him on. "Then hurry up." Seeing that he didn't waver, Yamada hesitated slightly and unconsciously flinched. Leo's lips curled slightly in a mocking sneer. "Don't have the guts." As soon as the words were out, he suddenly roared and lunged at him with an outstretched hand. "Then let me." Leo's powerful arm clamped down on Yamada's knife-wielding wrist. Just like that, he easily separated Crystal from him. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately ran towards Wendy and the others. "Chairwoman, are you okay?" Just as Leo was controlling Yamada, Victor rushed out from behind, raising a vase and shouting, "Go to hell." Leo kept a tight grip on his opponent's knife hand and powerfully spun around in an instant. With a decisive kick, he shattered the vase and kicked Victor straight in the face. Just like that, one of the culprits was brought down at his feet. But it wasn't over yet. Leo immediately turned his cold, murderous gaze to Yamada. Meeting that gaze, Yamada's eyes widened in shock. Shortly after, Leo switched his grip to his collar, twisting his arm behind his back. Leo immediately snatched the knife that he had been holding. And then, he asked the two men before him, "Which one of you killed Jade?" He turned to Victor, who was struggling to sit up, and gritted out, "Speak." Wanting to save his own life, he quickly pointed the finger. It was Yamada. He did it. He was the one holding the dagger. Upon hearing the answer, Leo, without another word, immediately plunged the knife deep into Yamada's arm. Hit by the blade, he screamed in agony. He reached to touch the wound, struggling uncursed. "Bastard. Victor Ko. You little snake. I only wanted to grab Crystal. You were the one who wanted to grab that little girl to threaten this kid. You couldn't even hold a hostage right, and you ended up killing someone." Crystal immediately added her accusation. "That's right. It was Victor. He killed my junior." Hearing this, Leo's face grew even darker. His eyes filled with killing intent. Realizing that all fingers were pointing at him, Victor panicked, his heart trembling. He quickly dropped to his knees and crawled before him, desperately begging, "Little brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to scare her a little. I never expected to stab her. I didn't think she would be so reckless. So it was an accident." He carried repeatedly, miserably begging for mercy. "I have an old mother and young children waiting at home. They're all waiting for me to return. Please, for the sake of us being countrymen, spare me." Hearing this, Leo became even more enraged and retorted, "You still remember what country you're from. Jade also has family waiting for her to come home. Did you spare her? But you don't need to worry. I'm not going to kill you. A person like you, dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to pay your debt. Killing you with one strike would be too easy." With that, he reached out and grabbed his collar. Pulling him close, Leo gripped Victor's collar, his face close to his tone dangerous. "I have a much better way." A moment later, the hallway of the apartment complex echoed with the chaotic sounds of dragging. "Let go. Let me go." Victor's body was being dragged away by him, and he kept screaming, "Where are you taking me?" Until they stopped in front of a closed glass door. Leo didn't waste words, immediately punching the fire alarm next to it. Instantly, the alarm flashed red and blared loudly. Not just one, but the fire alarms at the elevator doors also went off at the same time. Even the fire alarms on every floor of the apartment building rang in unison. Just like that, the deafening alarm echoed throughout the high-rise building, creating a chaotic and disbelieving atmosphere. Crystal couldn't stand it, quickly covering her ears and asking Leo, "What are you doing? Why did you turn on the alarm?" He calmly answered her, Didn't you all not believe what I said? His eyes were as red as the alarm light. He turned to look at them. Now, open your eyes wide and see just how many zombies are in this building. A moment later, the explicit alarm finally stopped, but in its place were gruesome, guttural growls. Those sounds came from the horde of zombies swarming in from outside. They approached step by step, separated from the people inside by only a pane of glass. Seeing this, Yamada screamed in fear and struggled. Are you people crazy? They're going to break in. Let's get out of here. Amidst the zombies, Wendy seemed to recognize someone and immediately cried out, Chairwoman, isn't that little Zhao and little Wang? The scene immediately shifted to two familiar zombies staggering forward with the horde. Seeing them, Crystal trembled and stammered. Could it be Zhang Zhang and the others? Just then, Leo reached out and lightly touched the glass door. That opened it. Without any hesitation, he decisively threw Victor outside. Immediately after, he cruelly slammed the glass door shut again, separating him from the inside. Victor frantically clawed at the door, pleading loudly, Open the door. Let me in. I don't want to die. But the next words Leo spoke plunged him into despair. When Jade died, it must have been very painful. More painful than death is the fear of waiting for death to approach. After speaking, he watched as he was surrounded by zombies and said, A person bitten by a zombie won't turn immediately. It might even take a long time before they start to change. Before you become a zombie, you will still retain the feelings and consciousness of a human. Slowly enjoy it. The process of your body being gradually devoured by zombies. Witnessing this scene, Crystal's group was scared witless, and Wendy almost threw up on the spot. At this point, Yamato was so scared he helplessly knelt on the ground, looking at Leo, unsure of what to say. You. He stared into those cold eyes and screamed, You're not human. You're a demon. Hellion immediately cut him off to report, Brother Leo, what should we do with this old guy? He also had a part in killing Jay. Should we throw him out there too? Hearing this, Yamato loudly challenged them. If you have the guts, then kill me. I don't want to end up like Victor. Leo turned to look at him and replied, Want to die? It's not that easy. After speaking, he turned and left. Before that, he carefully instructed Hellion. Tie him up securely, unlock him in the room. He still has his uses. Hellion held Yamada tightly and quickly replied, Yes. He struggled hard and screamed, Let me go. Leo walked step by step towards Crystal's group behind him, and just as he passed by her side, she hesitated, as if wanting to say something. But his footsteps didn't stop at all. He just walked past her. Seeing this, Wendy looked worriedly at Crystal. As for her, she didn't know what to say and could only bite her lip in silent endurance. And he, without giving her any chance to speak, just walked away silently. In the end, only Crystal's lonely, guilt-ridden silhouette remained in the quiet space. A moment later, the scene shifted to the management office. Inside the room were anxious, uneasy faces, silently looking at each other. Sitting in the only chair in the room, Wendy worriedly wanted to comfort Crystal. Just then, a brave girl spoke up, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Chairwoman, Zhang Zhang and the others. They're probably not coming back. What should we do next? Another girl quickly added. That's right. With so many zombies here, we can't escape. As everyone finished speaking, Crystal, her face filled with self-blame, spoke up. From now on, you don't need to call me chairwoman. I don't have that right anymore. If I hadn't agreed to let them go down there, this wouldn't have happened to them. When he immediately anxiously tried to comfort her, Don't say that. It was a decision we all made. Why are you taking all the responsibility on yourself? But she just shook her head slightly, rejecting the advice. It was because I was too hasty. If I had thought it through a little more, been a little calmer, things wouldn't have turned out like this. At that, she shut up, slammed her hand on the table, and declared to those present, Now, the company only has us left. I, Crystal Ding, swear that I will do everything in my power to protect everyone. I won't let another person die. The scene shifts elsewhere. A bright chandelier is turned on, its light illuminating the entire area. Under the light are two figures, one sitting, one lying, in a desolate room, looking at Jade lying silently on the sofa. Leo spoke with pain. Silly girl, weren't you always good at protecting yourself? Normally, whenever there was danger, you knew to hide behind me. Why were you so impulsive this time? What was so good about that woman that you had to risk your life for her? Just as he finished speaking, a knock came from the door. The person knocking was Crystal. She gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Without needing to turn around, he knew who had arrived and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Crystal lowered her head slightly, mustering the courage to answer. "My junior died for me. I want to see her off on her final journey." Hearing this, Leo clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger as he ordered her away. "Get out. I don't want to see your face." But Crystal stood her ground, refusing to leave. "I know you hate me. It was my fault for not guarding those two properly. If it weren't for me, my junior wouldn't have. But Wendy and the others are innocent. Consider this me begging you to save them. Right now, only you can get them out of here. As long as you can get them out safely. You can curse me however you want." At this, Leo turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. His voice was low and deep. "Cursing you. Can a few curses bring Jade back?" His words made her freeze for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. In the end, she could only offer one last resort to compromise with him. "Fine. As long as you can calm down, I'll do whatever you want." Hearing this, Leo immediately drew out the conversation with cryptic words. Jade always loved beautiful things. She wanted to buy designer clothes but couldn't afford them. She told me she was working part-time to buy a designer dress. But the apocalypse happened so suddenly that her wish was never fulfilled. Now that she's about to depart, I think she would definitely want to wear a beautiful outfit for her journey. If I remember correctly, the clothes you're wearing are what she wanted. Hearing that, Crystal seemed to understand his meaning and hesitantly said, "This." As if sensing her reluctance, he immediately let out a sarcastic remark. "What's wrong? She gave her life for you. Yet you can't even part with a set of clothes for her?" The moment he finished, she turned around and replied, "Fine, I'll go change right now." But he didn't accept, instead giving an order that stunned her. "Take it off, right here." Crystal immediately spun around, shouting, Leo Zhao, you're humiliating me." Seeing her object, he spoke with contempt and ridicule. "Didn't you say you would do anything for your employees? What's wrong? Now that it touches your dignity, you regret it?" Leo completely ignored Crystal's hands, which were clenched so tightly they trembled, and continued, "This is why I hate people who think they are the elites of society, the talents of the nation. After living a comfortable life for so long, you all think there's nothing you can't do. On the surface, you always act so noble, but deep down, you're always selfish. The moment your own interests are touched, you reveal your true colors. What responsibility? The lives in front of you are not worth mentioning. Only a silly girl like this would willingly sacrifice her life for worthless people like you. It truly wasn't worth it." Only then did Crystal speak up to refute him. "You're right. My pride is more important than my life. In today's society, a woman who doesn't want to bow her head to a man must build a solid career. And that's not easy at all. But I managed to do it. I have never lost my dignity or pride. I have never done anything that made me feel wronged. But in my heart, there are things that are far more important. Growing up, I've never been humiliated like this. But today, I am willing to endure it. Because I want to prove to you that I am not the kind of person you say I am." With that, Crystal looked at him with a resolute gaze and said, "Leo Zhao, remember what you promised me." Immediately after, she reached behind her back and began to pull down her zipper. Despite her doing exactly as he demanded, he sat there silently, not uttering another word. Crystal fought back sobs, her hands trembling as she gently pulled down her dress. At that very moment, he finally spoke up to stop her. "You can go." She hadn't fully understood his meaning and stood there, dazed. Seeing this, he continued, "If humiliation could bring Jade back to life, you could make me do it 100 times. But sadly, it can't." Hearing those words, Crystal was so disappointed she bit her lip hard, trying to stop the sobs from escaping. Then she could only turn and leave that place. Just as her hand was about to touch the door, his voice came from behind. "Tell your people to come to the conference room in 30 minutes. I'll take them out." Hearing this, Crystal turned back in surprise and exclaimed, "You agree to help us?" Leo clasped his hands together and replied to her, "I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Jay." No matter how much I hate you, she always wanted to protect you. The only reason you're alive right now is because she traded her life for it. I don't want her death to be meaningless." With that, he immediately lowered his voice and told her to leave. "Go, before I change my mind." Crystal seemed to want to say something more, but in the end, she swallowed her words. Then she left, leaving Leo in a quiet space. A moment later, he stood up, walked to the sofa, and knelt on one knee. He stared intently at Jade lying there, softly confessing his feelings. "I know you're usually all laughs, but deep down, you were always insecure, afraid of being useless and dragging me down, afraid I would abandon you. But you don't know how important you were to me, even though I was chosen by this damn system. Seeing the zombies scared me too. I often felt anxious, not knowing what to do next. But you were always by my side, encouraging me, giving me courage, making me more confident. Jade, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well." After pouring out his heart, he immediately lifted her straight off the sofa. Leo held her and turned, walking step by step towards the natural light. He laid Jade neatly on the outside balcony and softly said his farewell. "I have to go." As he spoke, he poured a line of oil on the ground. "But don't worry, I won't let you fall into the hands of the zombies." After pouring the oil, Leo took out a lighter and threw it forward. The moment the lighter fell into the pool of oil, the flames immediately erupted violently. The sea of fire quickly consumed Jade's body, engulfing her within. He silently watched the flames with eyes full of sorrow, letting it slowly carry away the girl he loved. With a heavy heart, Leo left and told himself, "I will keep you in my heart. I will never forget you." Not long after, the scene changed to a large conference room. Everyone was already present in the room, looking at the person in front of them and asking, "Student Shell, you said you would take us out. Is that true?" Hearing their words, Helian, somewhat worried, recalled the alarm from before and spoke up. "Brother Leo, turning on the alarm earlier agitated all the zombies in this building. The current situation is much more unfavorable than when we first came in. If we bring them along." Leo immediately cut him off and, looking to the side, said, "This matter will have to rely on someone else." Meeting his gaze, Mr. Yamada flinched and exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" He was grabbed and pulled up by him, screaming in panic, "Let me go. You Chinese people don't deserve to kill me." But surprisingly, his next words temporarily silenced him. "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. In fact, I'm going to take you outside." Leo placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a very solemn tone, "Mr. Yamada, from now on, it all depends on your performance." The scene shifts to the inside of a long, winding ventilation duct. A group of people is crawling forward in a line. Leading the way is Leo, moving lightly past each vent opening. Behind him, Mr. Yamada, with his hands tied, is forced to crawl along with them. There are also two girls with strange cat ears, looking somewhat different from the rest. At this moment, Hallian looks at them and asks Leo in confusion, "Brother Leo, it's already a stretch for the two of us to protect so many people. Why do we have to bring these two foreign girls along? Won't they just be a burden?" He glanced back slightly and explained, "Those two didn't do anything wrong. After all, they just followed the wrong person. If we leave and they stay upstairs, they'll be eaten by zombies sooner or later. Once we get downstairs, we'll leave them to their fate." As soon as he finished speaking, the group had just crawled to a vent opening below which was packed with zombies. Seeing this, Wendy cried out in fear, "So many zombies. Sister Crystal, I'm so scared. Can we really get out of here alive?" She quickly grabbed Wendy's hand to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. No matter what, we'll be together." Just then, Leo turned his head to look at the person behind him and said, "Mr. Yamada, good luck." He immediately panicked and backed away, shaking his head and begging repeatedly, "No, no need. Please, spare me. I'm willing to be your workhorse. I'll do anything." But his pleas were useless. Without a moment's hesitation, Mr. Yamada was thrown down below. The zombies below, hearing the commotion, all turned their attention to him. He was left dangling in the air, right above the zombies' heads, screaming in panic. Using all his remaining strength, he screamed for help in terror. "Help me!" But that very action only made the zombies swarm towards him more frantically. Seeing that they were distracted by him, Leo signaled from above. The zombies are lured away. Let's go now. Following his signal, everyone hurriedly urged each other to crawl faster. Quick! Quick! In another ventilation duct connected to the same room, a figure landed lightly on the ground. As soon as everyone had jumped down from the duct, Leo urgently hurried them. Run! The group rushed to a glass door,